see here. Okay, get a few people to come in. I may be by myself on this one. I'm gonna wait for a few minutes and can get my stuff started. Oh, you know what I want to do? Make sure I am on here. Do I have like, I don't know. Let's see here. Oh, I see what is it? This one right here. Let's copy just in case. Just in case if they have any questions. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have to do that? Do they already have it? Share the link. Tap just in case. I could have just changed my name. I just changed my name. Okay. Okay. Let's see what I'm going to do here. Get a few more minutes. Just in case. We'll do this. And I'll make up some music one day. Okay. So, good afternoon, friends and family. This is TanJonZaru, but B1E1 T1. It took me a while to say that, right? Because I haven't said it in a while. So I'm here to talk about a few topics, and this is directly towards my own people. And most definitely want to reach out to my people. And I mean, if you are another ethnic background, that's fine too. I mean, feel free to, you know, make this about you as well. But I do want to share a few things, right? And it's going to be, it could be, if you look at my screen, it could be a little, it may bother some folks. It may give someone an update on what's really going on, right? So I want to start off with Prop 50, right? So when I initially started following different channels, I branched out to watch different channels, various channels. And this one channel, I got to remember both these brothers' names. They both are the content creators, but one brother, he has his own group of people. It's like a whole slew of family, right? They're called B1 MAGA, right? Those are B1 MAGA. And I was like, okay, these folks say, hey, we Black Americans, and we with that MAGA, we with MAGA. And then we have this other brother. I love him. He actually he does a rap song. He actually calls Black people out on their hypocrisy, basically. And he voted for Donald Trump as well. Because a lot of folks who did vote for Donald Trump, it was either do or die, or they vote because they actually know the truth, basically. But that's not my place to talk about who should have voted for what. It's not the problem. The issue is right now, as I started following all these different content creators, I started to learn more about a lot of things, and I'm starting to see a lot of things. It's the reason why I don't watch CN News and CBS News, because they don't tell the truth at all. They just pick and choose things, and their job is to control the minds of the people and tell you how to think and what to say. like, and it's like they're really dumbing down my people. I mean, I know there's gonna be a bunch of white folks that was doing a bunch of the same things. Well, no, I saw it on the news. It said this. Well, then when I say, well, no, I watched it on YouTube and it said something else, and it showed something different, they laugh and say, YouTube? No, because you're old and you're used to that regular TV. It's been paid. It's been paid by white supremacy to control the narrative because you're told what to think and how to think. YouTube tells you, nah, I know the truth. And there's some real people that actually be at that vicinity and they literally show live on some things. Well, anyway, let's fast forward. So for those who didn't, so those who already knew, I voted for Donald Trump because I voted for common sense. I voted to protect my son. I voted to bring income back in my house because I had income with him. And slow as I was, I mean, I was very slow on starting a business. I mean, part of it was I was afraid and all that stuff. And I'll tell you how Michi X plays a big, big role in my life. It's the reason why I'm going to really, really give her a shout out to her. Now, I know I don't have many people joining or subscribe to my channel, because I'm not really a content creator. I don't get on YouTube as often and do the things that I may want to do. So many things that I want to do that has nothing to do with YouTube. I mean, I would love to sit down and do arts and crafts and crafting and teach some fellow folks on live stream how to craft. Like right now, someone's ordered a scarf and a hat, and I'm working on this scarf. This one's called the pull scarf. Get off the subject for a minute. So this is called a pull scarf. And what happened, and you're going to see is this opening right here. And I'll teach you how to make a pull scarf. I'll teach you how to make a pull scarf. The way you make a pull scarf is, you make like at least, and this is for an adult, okay? You make at least, I'll say maybe 300 stitches. This is 128 stitches. So imagine we got ways to go. And this is pretty long for 128 stitches. I'm going to do almost 300 stitches. I don't want it too long for her where she becomes too hot. But what you do is you wrap the opening around. Well, I think you put this around. I don't know. I get it confused all the time. Oh, okay. So you wrap this around. You have this in the front and you wrap everything else around. Then feed it through here. It's a feed'em. Some people call it the feed'em scarf. I call it the pull scarf because you're going to pull it. Yeah, you can feed them. Call feed'em scarf, pull scarf. But it's a feed'em scarf or a pull scarf. And you just wrap it around your neck and then you feed it in here and you pull and you got yourself a scarf where it won't fall off and hit the ground or what have you, or, but, we get to why that's involved too, the scarves and stuff. So let's talk about Prop 50. Okay. It's really, really simple. So they were talking about redistricting and things of that nature. And this is bigger than redistricting. They've been redistricting the city of California. That's why parents were being confused on what school their kids are going to, or, getting upset at the governor or the government. Because if their kids were enrolled in a particular school, she or the mother or father wanted their children to go to, the school will say, well, because of the redistricting, we've moved the district this way because of the, because, I don't know, 2 blocks from the streets. And it's like the school could actually be 4 blocks away from where you live. But because the freeway is right behind your place, or, it's there's a brick freeway. It's where we used to live, where it was a freeway right behind that area. Because it was a freeway right behind that area, they will say, yeah, but you're by Highway 101. And from right in that area, that cuts it off. So you're going to go to Redwood City School District. It's like, I got to go to Redwood City School District. Well, anyway, make a long story short, I had to go through that with one particular school. And because our redistricting was by the freeway, we had to go to East Palo Alto School District. And I was like, wait a minute, but I'm in Menlo Park. I'm closer just or why not Palo Alto? And for some reason, I don't understand why people who live in certain areas, if that's the case, can't go to Palo Alto. They even cut some parts of East Palo Alto off and made East Palo Alto part of the Santa Clara County. So it's confusing. That was part of the redistricting. But it wasn't because it makes everything better. It was more because of power and control of what you do, where you go, where you send your kids to, and everything, and who can run certain parts of the areas, right? And I says, well, now, are we looking at Prop 50? You're watching how in the Democratic Party, they've been doing so much terroristic work. They've been out here attacking people's cars because it's a Teslas and all these things. And when you ask the people above, well, what do you think of these violence? What do you think of them tearing up the city? What do you think it is? And they would give you a straight face and they would say, I don't see any violence. I don't see any violence. To me, it was gaslighting. It was very demonic. It was very rude. And they can say anything they want to, I guess, the Republicans. They can sit there and threaten people's lives all day and nobody hears it. That's a Democrat supporter. Nobody hears these Democrats, and I call them Democrats for a reason, but no one hears them threatening people and wishing folks' families dead and children dead and all these things. And it's all over the YouTubes, all everywhere. It's everywhere. And then you hear a Republican throw a rock back and hit someone on the head, and people say, oh my gosh, look what he said to this person. Look what he said to that person. And they make a real big thing about what they said. But I'm saying all this to say, Gavin Newsom in California, because I'm in California, Gavin Newsom, they want power and control over the people. If you're saying yes to Prop 50 and Prop 50 wins, we're done. And I say this is because you've just told the government that they can control us. They get to control where you live. You can't even start a business if you wanted to here in California. They are already trying to steal what you have, what you worked hard for. And I'm talking to my people, Black people. If you would have said no to Prop 50, you would have said none of your damn business. I don't like neither one of you. I don't like the Republicans, and I definitely hate the Democrats because you guys led us astray for so many years. Black people should be on that level. And I can tell by listening to some Black people, you guys are not about that life. You talk this mess about starting your own, but you can't start your own if you keep on allowing a Democrat to run you. You can't start your own you can't start your own. You're going to keep saying that you feel like you're enslaved. You're going to blame the wrong people for the wrong things. Like you're going way left field because whatever the news says, right? And that's another reason why I stopped watching the news. Simply because when I started to watch everything on YouTube and real content creators who can go out there and do the real work and go out there and bring the real situation, they're comparing it to what the news is showing. Okay, CBS and MSNBC, we get it. You're getting paid by your billionaire big donors to slander Donald Trump because you're still upset he left the Democratic Party. I get it. Black people who don't know this, they don't get it. He was once a Democrat. A lot of folks who are on Donald Trump's side used to be Democrats, and they left for a reason. And some reasons are, whether you like it or not, they don't want to feel like they're controlling Black people and leading us with a carrot dangling on a string, right? And I wouldn't want anyone lying in my face. I don't like we used to sit there and say, I remember a lot of us when Trump first became in office, we said we want, if he's going to be a racist, because we knew Barack Obama was racist. We knew he was racist. He was really racist towards us. He showed us what he was really about. But because he did absolutely nothing for Black people, but set us up for failure after failure after failure. There is this stimulus check that Barack Obama gave to employers if they can hire us. I think it was like $6,000. And they hire us these different jobs. And at that time, I have received a job from Asian Inc. Housing and Property Management in San Francisco. And I was with them. 6 good years, 6 years and some months before, they finally part ways with me, and I parted ways with them. I just didn't like the abuse. And I'm going to talk about this one guy. He literally, put Black women down, but Black men went through the same thing. So I'll talk about that a lot later, maybe in another live stream. But he didn't set us up to earn anything. We had to fight real hard. We had to struggle for that $6,000. We had to make it stretch for a year. I don't know how I was able to pay rent. Good thing I had a good caseworker. I had a very, very good caseworker at the time, because I went to college, and I ended up going to college on the weekends, and I was able to, at that time, I went to college before I worked for Asian Inc. and Obama was the president. And I think I voted for him on the first term. And I have never seen that many Black folks very angry that we voted for Donald Trump, not Donald Trump, but Barack Obama. I'm talking about young Black folks, male and female. There were young Black folks that was like, you don't know what y'all did. Y'all voted us. Y'all sat there and voted us to the slaughterhouse. And I'm sitting up here like, what are you talking about? We voted for a Black man and president. He's president of the United States. Y'all not even going to give him a chance yet. Y'all not giving him a chance yet. He just started. But at that time, YouTube became a new thing. I wasn't watching YouTube. I wasn't even a YouTuber. And I was watching the news. And one day, the news have shown, I didn't watch the debates. I didn't watch, I didn't know anything about Barack Obama like that. It was like you had to have a crash course to know him, just say you know him. And I didn't know Barack Obama like that. I just didn't know him. I just know that, okay, it's a Black guy. What? Let's vote for him because he's Black. And that's what was my thing. I was already done with the Democratic Party. I didn't even want to, I definitely never voted, but at the time. And Bill Clinton, I was too young to vote. So I didn't vote for Bill Clinton because I was too young to vote. When it came to George Bush Sr., I was like, I'm not voting for him. And, people put up how racist he was. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely not voting for no George Bush. And then I guess George Bush Jr. was another one. We wanted, who was Bill Clinton's vice president? Al Gore. So I wanted Al Gore to win. I was like, because he's Democrat, so he's for us. He's Democrat. So I voted for Al Gore, but he didn't win. And I was old enough to vote at the time, and he didn't win. And I felt like, okay, well, my whole heart just sank because now George Bush is the president. George Bush, I guess, Sr. is the president. It's like, ugh, why? And so I was very angry about that. But then I had moved on with my life. Things didn't get bad for me at that time. I didn't struggle. We weren't going to slavery. People got mad and started making rap songs, anti-Bush and everything, right? But when stuff started happening later on, when George Bush Jr. got in office, I was like, I'm not voting. I'm just not. I don't even like the Democrat. I don't even like this person. I think around that time, my stepsister told us to leave the Democratic Party. I'm just sick of it. She had did a lot of work politically helping Black and brown community, and her name was Wendy Villman. That's my angel. That's my sister Angel, Wendy Villman. She was doing the work. She was out there campaigning, but she was campaigning not for people because they're Democrats, because she had me vote for people who was Republican. And she was the one that used to tell me, vote for this person because they're about this. So she was very conscious about a lot of things. And she would tell me, vote for them because of this. Vote for them because of that. And I was like, wow, And at this time, I was writing for Pacific News Service. Here I am, 18 years old, and my sister's 20. And she's telling me what to vote, because I don't know nothing about politics. I mean, Black folks, a lot of us, we didn't grow up knowing about politics. So she had us to, vote no on this, vote no on prop this, vote yes on prop that. And it wasn't, and at this time, there was these people who are now known to be Black boulets. They didn't like her. They didn't like her. It's like, we're not going to vote everything Democrat. And I told her, why aren't we voting for people because they're Democrats? So she explained to me, you don't vote for them because they're Democrats. You vote for them because they have the best interest of people here, especially in California. If they have the best interest for us, then vote. And I'm like, okay, well, shoot. Okay, well, you let me know, because I'm not going to read all this. I'm not going to read all these props and and she will, because she wanted to make a big difference in San Francisco, California. So anything she told me to vote for, I was like, I don't know none. Just tell me what to vote for and I'll do it. She'll say, well, vote no on prop this, vote yes on 7, vote yes on this, vote no on this, vote for this person, vote for that person. And it'd be people who was Republican, it'd be people who was a piece of freedom, it'd be people from, no matter what. So I was like, okay, so I did what she said, because at that time, my big sister know all about politics. She just tell me, and I just do what she say. That was my thing. So later on, I started, right after she passed, I started to think, as my daughter started getting a little bit older, and I said, well, shoot, I want things better to happen in my community, and it's not happening. Now, mind you, we had all this thing going on, Gavin Newsom finna be the governor, and people were like, no, 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 no. You had a bunch of Black folks like, don't vote for him. He's a white supremacist. Don't vote for him. You have other Black folks. They got he talked them into it. He did what Tiffany Hinger did over in, wherever that state that she's in, talking, free gas for everyone or whatever. But these are the things that I learned at college. That's illegal to do. I learned this crap in college. I was at Menlo College, and they said this stuff was illegal. You're not supposed to pay people to pay to vote for you and all these things, but they were doing it anyway. A lot of these Democrats were doing it anyway. And so I didn't vote for Gavin Newsom. He just didn't look, and I'm going by looks at the time. I'm still learning, right? He didn't look like someone that would like Black people at all. And right now he don't let it fool you. Just because he sprinkled a couple of thousands of dollars to some boule Black folks don't mean he like you at all. He's been playing games with us for the longest. And he's the one with this Prop 50. He wants, because he wants to control everything. He hasn't done anything for the homeless. He did nothing for the homeless. He did nothing for the veterans. And this is like way beyond, this is way before Trump. Like, Trump hasn't been in office, but 8 months, 9 months. Gavin Newsom been in a governor for so many years. I think my daughter was 8 years old. He's been in that office, and people, what we failed to do as Black folks, we got mad at Gavin. We kept saying he got to go. He's a crook. He crooked. Some folks say he's on that stuff, whatever, because of how he talk. He sound like he been smoking that pipe, whatever. Not my problem, right? But you're affecting my people here in California, mainly in San Francisco. You just let us go downhill. Now, what I did learn when I found out Gavin Newsom was going to clean up the city, I was like, about time, but I ain't going to believe you. And he did. He cleaned up that city so nice. He made it look so nice. But I didn't know because Donald Trump started telling on everybody. And he don't care. He don't have no filters. He says Gavin Newsom, he gave Gavin Newsom his prop. He claimed the city of San Francisco, but he only did it because the Chinese consulate was coming over and they wanted the city to look nice enough for them to get more money. I said, well, that's not a nice thing to do. That sounds like Gavin Newsom, because the city is a bum city right now. San Francisco is completely a bum city right now. If you go to San Francisco, a couple of our content creators went to go visit San Francisco. They will never come back. They say it's the dirtiest city ever. All them bums in the streets, poop all on the ground and stuff. They don't care about how San Francisco has been ran. And you got this Prop 50 where they want to control everything. They want to control California. Look, Trump can control everybody else. But as long as it's still a blue city, a blue state, I want to control you and everything else. You can't say nothing. And if I want to move illegal immigrants in your building, and if they can't, if they commit crime, they commit crime. Now, I've read some comments on my TikTok page, and I said, y'all, please vote no on Prop 50. Don't give them your power. You tell them, hell damn, no, it's not your business. No, I'm not giving the politicians my power. No, we're about to make this money. You don't get to see how much money I made. You don't get to bother me about my revenues and things like that, because you're not going to take nothing from me to pay for them undocumented people here. Because that's their big thing. This is what they do. They always trick Black folks. And our people are so brainwashed. Now, right in my comment section that they were like, oh, me and my family voted yes on Prop 50, and no, it's not happening. Illegals not getting things. So I sat there and I says, yeah, they're brainwashed. I literally was at I was literally at Walmart, and one of the undocumented aliens was there. A lot of them was there. Late November, people Christmas shopping early at Walmart, and I was just going to go get a few things. I went to go pick up my mom's meds, and my godmother's meds, and my son, get him a little toy or something, and then we're gonna go home. And my son picked up a receipt with the person's name on it. Your name is on that receipt. You know that from the anyway, this person had over 4,000 left in cash aid and over 6,000 left in SNAP benefits. Baby, that's illegal. This is what I'm talking about. And then our Negro folks, we're so confused, and some of us, we know this, we're angry, but we can't say anything. If you say something, you must be a Trump supporter. I told him straight up, I supported Trump, but I don't mean I'm a Trump supporter. No, I supported Trump because Trump supported the people. Yes, he did. And that's no lie, but we want to sit here and pump ourselves up to be victims. And then you got Black folks who want to be a victim big time just because you're Black. You want to be a victim because you're Black. You want to identify as being victim. And that gotta go. But I do encourage Black people who haven't voted yet to vote no on Prop 50. What you want to do, you want to protect your life. You want to protect your livelihood. You don't need politicians in your business. You don't need them tapping your telephone. You don't need them coming up and, messing with your children. You don't need them indoctrinating your kids. You don't need people going to these schools messing with your babies. And I'm talking to the ones who act like, well, it ain't been happening to me yet, but you're going to speak that into existence if you don't stop. I'm only saying this because I listen, when I get information, I want to bring it back to my people, but y'all not receptive, because it's where you get this information from. That you always say that, but let a white person say the same thing. Well, if Jasmine Crockett them say vote no on Prop 50, and there was something to do with being independent, and you run your own life, and you want the government to back up off you, you'll sit there saying, I'm gonna say no, because Jasmine Crockett say no. Well, Jasmine Crockett's no position to tell anyone in California what to do. Her mouth is loud enough. And she's very ignorant. Now, I don't know what they did in CBS and MSNBC to determine to a bunch of my people that Jasmine Crockett is this innocent person that's being attacked by Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk and other white people, even Stephen A. Smith, who I told people was a jellyfish years ago. I said, he's a jellyfish. Y'all, he's not gonna, he doesn't stick to one subject. He's gonna change up on you just as quick as he turned on you. He gonna turn back and apologize and turn on the other person. That's what he just did with Donald Trump just earlier. So, but Jasmine Crockett is in no position. She's in Texas and she's not even a Texan, but there's a lot of folks that's in Texas that says, we don't know this witch. She just popped up. She's not from Texas. So she's representing Texas and people are allowing her to do it. But that's the Democratic Party. So I'll say this, just think long and hard. Just think about this. Wait a minute. Why a lot of these Democrats who's been doing all kind of illegal stuff, been telling us to vote yes on Prop 50? What if I just voted no and step out the box and vote no on Prop 50 and say, I don't want to give full power to politicians? And so I'll do this. Let me share a screen real quick, just in case. Let me see if I can share a screen, because I'm not going to play the full thing, but I most definitely want you to see. Let me see if I can share this screen. It was this one. Yeah, it's not about Republicans. And I'm going to talk about democracy. I don't know why people keep saying democracy. But yeah, Prop 50, let me check. They've been doing well, let me see. Let me try this person. You do have, let me see if I can play this. Oh, good. You guys can. Because I'm new at this stuff.
Less than 24 hours since Governor Newsom signed his redistricting to redraw congressional maps in favor of Democrats. There's push has officially been launched. Thanks for joining us for Fox 40 News at 5:30. I'm Eric Kerryman. Nikki has this Friday off. Fox 40 Capitol reporter Eitan Wallace spoke with the leader behind the No on Prop 50 campaign and joins us with her message.
Well, you may recognize the Californian leading the campaign against Newsom's redistricting effort, an effort opponents are confident will fail.
This is a power grab by Sacramento politicians.
Jessica Milan Patterson conveying that message to California voters about Governor Gavin Newsom's redistricting plan. Newsom signed his plan Thursday afternoon, officially launching Proposition 50, calling a special election this November 4th for voters to have the final say on this newly drawn gerrymandered statewide congressional map aimed at shifting red districts into blue districts, all with the goal to pick up 5 Democratic U.S. House seats. Newsom spoke about the redistricting plan Friday at an unrelated event in San Francisco.
We're looking forward to the voters doing something the voters have never been tasked to do in any time in U.S. history, in the most transparent and democratic way, making a determination for themselves what maps are appropriate redistricting.
Newsom and most legislative Democrats argue his plan is necessary to combat red states, including Texas, as they move forward with their own plan, backed by President Donald Trump, to pick up at least 5 GOP U.S. House seats there.
Recognize what's at stake. And so we put a stake in the ground.
It's just really, really unfortunate that Democrats would stoop this low.
Milan Patterson, who previously served as chair of the California Republican Party, is now leading the No on Prop 50 campaign. She's concerned if approved by voters, Prop 50 will pause through the end of the decade California's Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission in charge of drawing congressional maps statewide. She says Prop 50 is putting that drawing power in the hands of Democratic politicians and partisan consultants.
Every single time we give more power to Sacramento, they fail us. They will fail us on this, and they will continue to fail us unless we stand up and say, no, you do not have the power to choose your constituents.
Newsom making a promise the California Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission will once again start drawing maps by the next census in 2030.
So our approach is temporary, it's transparent, and it's democratic.
But GOP Huntington Beach State Senator Tony Strickland says he's not sold.
Okay. Hold on, let me go ahead and stop this. Okay. Well, so I want to say I was gonna show Arnold Schwarzenegger version of it. But Arnold Schwarzenegger, I think he started off as a Democrat and he turned Republican, but he was in California too. And I didn't like him either. I mean, I can't say I didn't like him. I didn't understand him. I don't know something about him, but Gavin Newsom is very, very good at manipulating people. He's always been that crook that a lot of us wish would go away. And he wants to be in power and control of everything. And this has nothing to do with helping the Democrats get the seats, because I've heard Trump say personally out of his own mouth when I was watching the Barry Cunningham channel, and shout out to Barry Cunningham because he let you see everything. And he that man can breathe politics left and right. That's like his baby. That's like next to real estate. He's loving the real estate and everything. But Donald Trump says he wants it to be a two-party state. To keep it. He doesn't want a one-party state. He wants a two-party, but you got to come together and with common sense and help bring us together. And what it is was the problem with the Democratic Party. I'll talk about my problem with the Republicans in a minute. But the problem that I have with the Democrats is they're anti-American, they're anti-local people, they're pro-illegal immigrants. There's a lot of money to be made with these undocumented people. And I just think it's unfair for them as well. But I think it's pretty much more unfair for the folks who did come here with papers. You have Mexicans, Chinese people who came here legally. They came here on the plane. And you think for 1 second that they are protecting undocumented people that's them, that looks like them? Not at all. And I'm sorry, I don't have my face on here. Since put myself back on here because I'm not. Oh, there we go. So it's not like I think it's unfair to sit there and put them all in one box, because that's racist within itself, right? To have Mexicans who came here, who been here 25, 30 years, and they get treated like crap, just like born Americans do, by the government and by the Democratic Party. Those who finally was able to learn how to vote, they was able to get their papers. They fought to become an American. They didn't sneak to become an American. They didn't sneak and hide out and steal money and get welfare, free welfare and food stamps. That's not what that's for, right? It was for the American people who really need it. But you have a lot of Mexicans, even Mexican Americans, Venezuelan Americans, they're saying, no, they got to go. And I'm pretty sure you've seen that. Those who, watch the TikToks and the YouTube channel, you've seen people making songs about Trump. Like, he went over there, bring ICE here because he went over there. It's so funny. I mean, it's in Spanish, but it'd be like, it was translated in English. It was funny, the funniest thing ever. And you have people like, we'll help you build the wall even bigger and better, and Trump represented those Mexican Americans and Black Americans. But this is my problem I have with the Democratic Party. They tend to want to dangle a carrot in front of Black people. They lie to the Black people constantly, but because of loyalty, Black folks are going to stick with the Democratic Party, not knowing that they're sticking by their slave master, because it is slave mastering. Okay, you allowing these KKK, these Democrats to control you and tell you what to vote for, and you're saying you trusting your master to with this, what you call it, redistricting, but I'm saying it's power and control over you. You don't get to say a damn thing about who you let live in your community. There's going to be more crime, and you've already been programmed that, hey, we ain't going to get the police involved because we don't like the police. But if somebody does lay a damn hand on your child and you have to beat the mess out of them, Tyrone, and the police come, they're going to say you did it and it's a hate crime. You sat there and jumped on this person because he couldn't speak English. That's how California is going to be ran. That's the way California is going to be. They were doing it anyway, but they're going to really make it known. And, you know, I'm not sure if if we're too late or not, but you have until November the 4th. You can change your mind and say, you know what? I listened to what this sister is saying, and I listened to some things. You know what? I'm going to say no. I want our freedom. I want to say no. And I'm saying this is because let's talk about the reparations. So it was rumored that Gavin Newsom is going to give out slave reparations to Californians. I'm going to disagree. Number one, he's never going to give you reparations, all right? The word give is a problem. It's a give. And he's not going to give you reparations, right? And slave reparations has nothing to do with us. We have never been enslaved. And regular white folks have never enslaved us. There's no slave owners here in California. However, they owe us reparations because we can go back 400 years, but we wasn't there. That's why they're laughing at us. Black people, I need us to stop and think about this. It's not about what happened 400 years ago. Everybody from California to Texas to, I don't care, Reno, Nevada. I'm not even going to say Reno, Nevada. To me, it's still a new state. But let's talk about California. I'm going to describe why MAGA works for Black people as well. And that's why you had the B1 MAGAs and everything else. Let me tell you what MAGA means. As a young little girl, I grew up in San Francisco in the Fillmore district, mostly Black-owned companies. Now, I've heard my auntie and my grandmama and my grandfather and my uncle and them, they said we have more Black-owned cities. But you know, Black folks done sat there and voted for these Democratic Party. You voted for the Democratic judges. You voted for, and y'all cheered and celebrated. But guess what those Democratic judges did to the Black community? They took away all of your hard work. They took away your businesses. They charged you so much in taxes that you had to sell your business. And they went, and guess what they did? They took it from you. They gave it to the Arab. They took it from you. They gave it to the Koreans. They took it from you. They gave it to the Vietnamese. They took it from you. Now they're giving it to the Latinos, the Hispanics. And worse, they gave it to the people who ain't from this country. And they come here anti-American. They ain't come here with some respect. They ain't putting no respect on this country. Yet they haven't put no respect on you and on your name, Black people. So I, for sure, decided I'm not pro-Black anymore. I'm pro-American. I'm a Black American. It's about my community. I'm not doing this pro-Blackity, quackity, quack, quack, because along with that, you have to act like a victim. You have to say the white man did everything. Yeah, the white man did some things, but you got to talk about the Democrats. These are I call them Democrats for a reason. I started calling them that in 2003. I called them Democrats because they were purposely taking away things that belong to Black people. You couldn't even own a business because you got to tell Californians what's your revenue, how much did you get paid. You got to pay taxes off your earnings and things. Here, Donald Trump is saying you get your own business as long as you make under 25,000. Was it 250,000? As long as you make under $250,000, why are you paying taxes? What you can do with that money is you can give to charity for wherever you like, whatever you feel like it. That's what the money's for. Your money, your hard-earned money. And You can work for business or company, right? So I wanted that Make America Great Again for my people. Make America Great Again had nothing to do, if y'all didn't know this on the first term, we all thought, many of us thought, MAGA stood for white supremacy. They get to do things to Black folks, and we can't do nothing back. Police brutality, innocent kids going to jail. Kamala Harris, again, we're going back to Kamala at the time because Kamala Harris was already had Black families split up, and she had a ball breaking up Black families. And some of y'all still think she's Black, and she isn't. Not at all. Not at all. But you had her breaking up Black families. You was like, we don't know what she was. People say she was a Republican and the under, because she's a white supremacist. But at that time, we called her an Indian white supremacist. The reason why we called her that, because all these years before she was put as a plant to become the vice president, she was always East Asian, Southeast Asian. She was never representing Black people. She never said her people. She never said, my people, Black people, African Americans. She never did that. She says, I'm not going to do anything that's going to benefit Black people. No. And she had that stank look like she did when she told her brother in his face in San Francisco, 1997, City Hall, when he asked her about being African American. And she said, I'm not Black. I'm not Black. He says, what about your mom? She's Southeast Asian. What about your father? Well, he's Jamaican. And then people were like, buddy, okay, buddy. And she was like, okay, so I am done. Anybody have any questions? No more questions? And she didn't want to stay and see if anyone would have questions. I was going to interview her. So yes, I was bothered by that. And yeah, you can still say, well, you still have a grudge over that. I do, because that was dangerous for someone to sit there with copper colored skin and say, well, I'm Black, I'm not Black all these years. And then all of a sudden, when you need us to vote for you as the president and the vice president, you want to sit there and pander to Black folks, and you was just as racist as Hillary Clinton. And all you guys did the same dumb thing. I need to pull that stuff up since I'm here. I think I may have some time to pull that up for the fun of it. I think toward the end, I'll pull that up so I can see all these racist ass people going to the churches trying to sound like Martin Luther King, each and every one of them, including Kamala. Oh my gosh. Hillary Clinton, she was funny. That woman was funny. I'm glad she wasn't the president though. I wanted Jill Stein as the president, but that's either here or down. So the reason why I say about this MAGA situation, about Black MAGA and things like that, because there is a Black MAGA. Because on the first term, when Black people thought that they were going to get this large amount, because when Obama left a bloodbath. He had the largest bloodbath of the Black community. Black folks was getting murked left and right by unarmed police, undercover police officers. Unarmed police officers was taking out Black folks, from little children all the way down to just innocent old men trying to go home to his family. He been married 47 years, got 11 kids, Black man minding his own business, and he been followed by a police officer, and they covering up their badges and all this stuff happening. And these officers, they got away with it for many years under Obama's watch. They got away with murdering our people. They did. We watched it all on YouTube. We watched. No one's gonna persecute these officers, and the judges judges said that the officers did nothing wrong. But guess who ran the judge? Guess who ran the Senate and the House and the Supreme Court justices? The Democratic Party. So Black people crying and saying, this is racist, this is outrageous, Obama ain't none of us, and blah, blah, blah. Well, we should have been knew Obama was never none of us. Anytime you got someone who's born from a white mama, I'm sorry, that ain't one of us. He's going to think like them people. He think like the blood of his mother. I don't deal with it, right? Here come Donald Trump, and it was the funniest thing ever, because when an officer did it, he put officers on notice, right? What was it? About 11 officers are locked up right now. 11 officers locked up, and they're not getting out because of Donald Trump. See, this is why nobody wanted him to be the president again, because They felt, and Democratic Party, some of them felt that Donald Trump was catering to the blacks too much. We're having our hands out, and here come Donald Trump, the savior, right? I heard stupid stuff like that. I always used to be on True Royal on them channel, and I loved it because we used to laugh at how white folks was getting stuff handed back to them. We figured they were racist. Here's these Karens. The first Karen we saw, her name was Karen. She got arrested for assaulting a mother and her daughter at the Walmart. That was funny when she first got. We thought that the officers, all those officers there, got all these white officers. They were there, these Caucasian officers. Okay, we want to be clear what type of white I'm talking about. I'm talking about Caucasians. You had these Caucasian officers that was there, and I'm literally realizing they may arrest his mother and take her daughter. They're going to arrest this black mama and take her daughter because she sat there and she slapped the hell out of Karen. But Karen spit in her face. She had no business spitting in her face. That's what Karen get. I hope she sees it. If she's out of jail, I'm pretty sure she's out of jail. If she sees this, yes, I said it. You got what you deserve, spitting in that sister's face in front of her daughter and throwing a can and hitting the daughter on the side of her face like that. You got what you deserve. You needed to get handcuffed. You needed that. And I was happy when I saw them officers handcuff this woman, right? And so she was handcuffed. And when they gave her the name Karen, that's why we came up with the name Karen, because she was Karen. And I asked her, Karen, who? What is your last name? And she says, I'm not going to tell you what my last name is. So, Karen. Okay, Karen. But I remember True Roy and them told us to get your popcorn because it's going to be juicy, juicy, juicy. She said, get your popcorn, get your drinks, get your weed, get all that, get all you, because this here, and she showed don't disappoint. And she liked to, what True Royal loved to do, she loved to slowly cook the food. Like, let's hurry up and have the feast and have the food done already. You know, a long trip. Are we going to Fun World? Are we there yet? True Royal, Auntie Royal, is it? Were we there yet? And she would sit there and she would just let it go slowly, like as a beginning of a show or a movie that haven't started getting good yet. Like you're going to have to wait like 10, 15 minutes before the good part starts happening. But because she does that, it's so fun. And it's like she has the darnest fun ever. Playing, you know, lingering it on until it gets to that point and it becomes the best show on her TV show to watch. So that's fun. So that's how Karen started. And later on, you start having Karen and Karenitis coming on out there, you know, starting to mess with black folks and accusing. And you had Karenita, you know, the Hispanic chick who was accusing a little boy for stealing her cell phone. And she the one left her damn cell phone in the car. This boy don't know nothing about this. They've never seen her before. And I don't know. I think she tried to slap his son and Pop stepped in the middle. I'm like, you ain't gonna put your hands on my son. He ain't got your phone. And she calling the police. And then the people who were there. And now this was so fun because this was all under Trump's watch. We was like, damn. Some folks didn't want to give Trump his props. I think Trump had something to do with that. But the manager of the store, the hotel, he lost his job. So a bunch of folks, you coming after black people the way y'all did just because they're black or they don't look like they belong here. And you turn around, you lost your job, you lost your business. And then we have fun too. People will sit there and get on YouTube or get on, write a letter stating that, you know, I was sick at the time. I was in the middle of a divorce. I was afraid for my kids because they went away to college. I hated my boss for the reason why you attacked black people the way you did. And y'all all lost your jobs. Y'all all lost your jobs. And it was under Trump's watch. That was fun. I liked it. I loved every bit of it because when we thought Trump was he was ready to send some skinheads after us at the time. And no, I didn't call him a racist. I thought he just didn't like black women. I thought he was more into black men because they were rapping about him. They were kissing his ass. Everything about Donald Trump was they want to be like Trump. I mean, all of them, Snoop Dogg, every single one of them, Diddy, they all was rapping about him until, yes, I said it, he put Epstein in prison. He had Epstein locked up because, and he said it before, and people pretend like they didn't see that. Like you can just go back in the days where we all found out how he was put away, and they were naming all the people who were there, and Trump was there, but Trump says he's never been on that island. But he had stood there. He the one got the FBI and stuff involved. He said, "I'm gonna be right there." Yeah, he was the considered, according to some of these sick Looney Tunes, he was the snitch. He was the sellout. Howard Stern told me in my face at TJ Maxx. I was working, there was TJ Maxx and Home Goods, and I was working at TJ Maxx, and he told me to my face, Donald Trump was the scum of the earth. He's jealous of Epstein. He was jealous of Epstein, blah, blah, blah. So I don't even know who any of the, I've heard of Donald Trump. I've seen him before. He always look angry when he talk. And I don't know who Epstein is. Who the hell is Epstein? An actor? I did not know who this person was, right? And they were just trying to find kind of ways. Like at that time, he got a lot of backlash. Donald Trump did by a bunch of rappers because of it for years. He got backlash from that, and now they want to pretend like I don't need the list. I need to see the list because Donald Trump probably was there. But you're reaching, and he's having a good time. He told the judges a couple of times to release the files. And the judges told Donald Trump, I'm not releasing the files because it's going to affect the what do you call the victims? It's going to put the victims in danger. And victims came out and said, hey, all but maybe two, all of them said, hey, we voted for Trump because we want this, we want that, and we want those files out. Otherwise, we're going to come out with our own files. All right. But you had this one lady, she just didn't like Trump, period. She's like, well, if Trump really cares about us, he should do this and that. So it's like, all right. I mean, everybody else was like, and then the other lady, she comes in, and then you have, again, CBS News. Trump says this is a hoax. This here that you're doing, whatever they said, but it was like lies, he knew that's not what Donald Trump said. We was watching. I followed Trump. I want everybody to know I was following Donald Trump in the first term because I didn't trust the process, right? I'm with True Royal and I was with True Royal and them. I was with the whole group that I used to follow on a basis, the Cabreras of the world. We was all watching, even Brandon Miles. We were all watching like, yeah, we finna see. What? So y'all, Trump said buy black, y'all. Trump supporting buy black. But as soon as Donald Trump said there is JP Morgan and Chase is going to work with black women, start up businesses, black men went haywire. They started throwing a tantrum, and all of a sudden, black women running to their zaddy. Like, this is the first time I heard the word zaddy. What the hell is a freaking zaddy? You don't sit there. You're not going to say, that's right, hook our sisters up. Make sure they get a business started. Yeah, I did see not one. I saw all this politicking against your own. Like, it was the saddest thing ever. And here I am. I'm trying to sign up for these business loans. I want to start a business. And it just didn't, I didn't know what I was doing. But I say all this because you got California want to know about your business. I want to start a company so big. I got all this mindset where I would like to have a startup with my people, but we don't have the folks that we want that's willing to sit down, get your side hustle. I'm going to tell you all about that. I'm going to give y'all the resources, okay? I'm not going to do all this talking and I'm not giving you any resources. I'm going to need some resources. But, I would love for us to sit down and have startups because we wouldn't have this issue with the government shutdown. When the government shuts down, so goddamn what? Shut it down then. That's what you want to do? Shut it down. But stop blaming that on the Trump administration. We all saw what you said, Chuck Schumer. Like, if we could be as smart to know who started this government shutdown thing, Chuck Schumer said if Trump wins, we was going to shut down the government. That's what he said, because you got to realize, Black people, even though Trump won the House and the Senate and the popular vote, there's still Democrats working in there. There's still Democrats in some of them seats. And they can veto anything a Republican say do. But if it's overwhelmed by maybe one Democrat says, Donald Trump is right, we should do this because it makes sense, it's for the people, then that's how Trump wins, right? For in local states, when it comes to the local states. All right. Other than that, he's the commander in chief. The judges got to do what the hell Trump say. You know what I'm saying? The judges work for Trump. I heard that from Caroline Levitt. Caroline, when they were saying the judge, why was the judge? Gosh, I should pull that up too. That was funny. That was the most funniest thing, because I don't know how much power that that a president would have, right? Because all these years we kept hearing boule Black people say, oh, they can only do so much. And the president can't do this. And the president can't do that. And, the president, it's up to the president. The president can't do this. The president's trying his hardest. And then we found out when Trump get in office, we learned that the president can do whatever the hell they want. You just chose not to do it because you want to keep certain groups down. Like, illegal immigrants are going to be ahead of Black folks. Like, you already done used the 14th Amendment rights to step ahead of Black people. So if a lot of us who need housing, we're not going to be able to get it here in California because you built those new apartments for the undocumented immigrants. You want to keep it sanctuary. This is why we vote no on Prop 50. We have to be smarter than that, Black people. Stop taking up for people who don't mean you any good. They don't even like you. I knew Gavin Newsom was a racist. He smiled with his. He's a Cheshire cat with his. So that was this issue. So yeah. So no on Prop 50. Get your business going. Prop 50 wins with a no. You're going to see how much you're going to be able to breathe. You're going to understand, wait a minute, girl almost put me and my family in danger with this stupid old Prop 50. The sister was right. I did my research. They got the little fine print. I don't want them having control. We complain about the government. The government don't even like Trump. The government didn't mind getting shut down. They were like, oh, shoot. What you mean? Undocumented immigrants can't get free health care? Really? Okay. Shut it down then. Shut it down. And Trump says, if you shut it down, first people I'm going to take care of is the military. And that's what they're doing right now. You have military people thanking Donald Trump. I could pull that up too on a clip if y'all like. And I don't have enough people here, so I'm not going to do it. But I may do it on some form. I may pre-record a few people saying things until I learn how to do this. That's why I'm not a content creator, because I don't know how to do this special stuff that everyone does, right? So secondly, let's talk about the government shutdown. That's what leads to the government shutdown. So Chuck Schumer and the Democratic government shutdown, which it is, I've been getting emails talking about the Republicans refuse to reopen up the government. You won't let them open up the government. Let's just talk about it. You won't allow, as majority of the Democratic Party that's in that House and Senate working together, and you got all these different people who voted. You won't let them work you won't even open it up. Trump asked you to open it up. You're talking about, why don't you open it up? Why are you playing these games and these semantics? Why are you playing with the people? And you playing with the people's mental psyche. That's demonic within itself. You got people thinking Trump shut down the government. So now food stamps and welfare is not going to go to them and SNAP EBTs and SNAP benefits. And you got Black people getting on here. Because see, here's my thing. I see what's happening here. Democrats are so cowardly that they will have people, they will pay you to go commit crime. $250. I've watched people protesting and all that stuff. And they say, well, shoot, it's not that I had this one lady, she was honest. I couldn't help but laugh. She was so honest. She was a college student and she paid her rent. She had to work extra, and her mother and father sends whatever amount of money, and she pays her portion of her dorm because she doesn't want to, she has one more year to go and she wants to graduate and spend a lot. And she needed to eat. She was hungry, and the food pantries at the college was crappy. The reason why I'm telling you is because that's what she said. So you had a independent what do you call the folks that walks up to you and they ask you questions? Anyway, he asked her questions. He says, "Why are you protesting against Trump?" She goes, "Well, I'm really not protesting against Trump." She says, "A lot of us we're not really protesting. We got an email saying that they will pay us to be out here, and we just can't come out and wear red." And she said, "I needed some food, and the food pantry we have in our college is crappy." He's like, "Can you tell us what college you go to?" She says, I don't want to do that." But she was so cute for it. She said, "We just protesting." And she says, and they were ready to go home because they were told it's time for them to stop protesting. They were not going to pay them no more than $250. So they used a lot of the American people's money to bring out protesters to protest against Donald Trump, yelling all these different things. And the people really don't mean it. They just need some money. And so that was sad, but that's also illegal. So for the Democratic Party to be this cowardly, to cause crime, to insinuate crime, to call people names that triggers someone who really needs therapy to go out there and commit crime towards someone else. And people want to run with this freedom of speech thing, which I'm going to talk about last, right? So Black folks were talking about they're going to go, Black men and women were talking about they're going to go rob Walmart. They're going to go and do this and do that. I'm not going to be the one that's going to put you down for being on SNAP EBT or government aid because I was on it. However, here's my problem why I have against the government. They're not here for you. They're here for someone else. Okay. This is why they only give you a bare minimum. And I want the what do you call those conservative Black folks that always telling people to get up and go get a job? I want them to know California is different. I don't know about other states, but their job is to keep some of us limited. They don't want us to own a business. They don't want us to get good paying jobs. They don't want any of those things. And it is a thing. It's a real thing, right? That's why I became an independent contractor. I made more money as an independent contractor than I ever did punching some clock. Okay, where they would determine how much they want to pay me an hour. Mind you, we were not allowed to get. We couldn't at these jobs. We couldn't. I mean, mind you, these are nice jobs. You will want to think it's a nice job that I'm working at. I'm working at a federal building, but I'm not allowed to get. They never given us sick leave or vacation time. We never got that, right? So, but we always got that same tired ass pay an hour, what, $13.02 an hour? Everybody else is getting paid 26 to 31 an hour. And we the only ones, 2 or 3 Black folks working in this big old company of 18, 19 people, majority of them Chinese, some Indian, some from Pakistan, and they're making 28 to 31 an hour. Right? And if you ask for a raise, they're determining how good you were in the past 6 months in order for us to let you go, not give you a raise. Okay. How good were you? Did you miss any more days of work? How many days was your kid sick? I mean, did we miss any type of funding during the time we needed you to help fund for that gala? I mean, these are just, and I saw it. I've experienced it. That was terrible. But I didn't know more of my people were experiencing that too here in California. And you have a child, you have a hard time getting work now. They want you on welfare. It's like they're telling you, nah, bitch, get on welfare. It's like, I don't want to get on welfare. I got a daycare and it's family members, and they're not charging me any damn thing. I'm blessed. I've got family members who will care for my daughters while I go to work. But I can't go to work because you won't hire me. And I got the resume to prove that I have the experience, but you won't hire me. You rather hire somebody who don't speak English. You rather hire somebody who's in the alphabet community. You rather hire somebody who you think you're doing a service for, someone who's mentally sad if they don't go to work because they're disabled. And it's sad, right? So I'm saying this, please, Black people, don't go and rob. Number one, Trump has nothing to do with the government shutdown. I don't care what dumb Negro get on here and tell me it does. It does not. It did not. If you will follow it, y'all say, you guys are funny. When you say that you don't follow certain people like that, well, this is your problem. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. I encourage you to go to Barry Cunningham's channel. I encourage you to go to API's channel. I encourage you to go to, what's that guy's name? It's two of them. They're both B1 MAGAs. They both Black First MAGAs. And I'm talking about they got stuff going on. They got their community and everything. But see, y'all missing out because you too busy want to hate Donald Trump because he white and a billionaire instead of saying, and you make up stuff because you want to be victim. It's that pro-quack Taz was trying to tell us to get away from, the pro-quackery up behind it, right? Even my brother, I know he was trolling me. He was calling me white right wing. He was calling me this right wing. And I was like, this ain't no damn right wing. Well, I don't know what the hell that is. That's facts. If you could see what the hell's going on, if helping us get to a certain amount and be on the leveling playing field from owning homes to making over $100,000 a year is white or right wing. Well, I'm a right wing Alabama. I'm a right wing sister then. Then you call me all the right wing you want, because I want all of that. I want to be on the leveling playing field. I'm not going to be somebody's victim. I'm nobody's slave. And if Prop 50, yes, passes, I'm not starting my company here in California. I'm not. My company's going to be starting in another state. And I know someone's going to show me how to do it. I've spoken to the coolest white person on the planet. He's going to actually show me how to start a company in the business in another state and still run my business in California. You can't touch me, Gavin Newsom, or any of these crooked old politicians. And we must flip them red. You can't make people who voted for Trump turn blue if they don't want to be. And that explains Snap and EBT. Please don't go and rob Walmart and get your kids taken from you and stuff. Don't be this dumbass victims. This is not a Trump problem. This is a Democratic Party problem. You're making it seem like they're not doing anything wrong. Schumer wanted to shut down the government a long time ago because it's all about, if I don't feed my illegals, and if I can't take your taxpayer dollars from you to feed them, I'm shutting down the government. He's been saying he's going to shut down the government if Trump becomes the president. When we heard him say he decides he's not going to shut down the government, after all, AOC and Jasmine Crockett called him yellow. We don't need him. We don't need these old Democrats. These are old news. They need a new face. They need a new, fresh face. And they treated Chuck Schumer like the dog. They did. Jasmine Crockett and AOC, Adriana Oriala Cortez, whatever her name is, they treated Chuck Schumer like he was nothing but garbage, like he was old garbage. And Chuck Schumer is kissing butt right now, so he's shutting down the government because that's what Hakeem Jefferson wants, right? The lizard man in Chicago, I call him Lizard because he do look like a lizard. He do. He's over here. He's determined to take care of these undocumented immigrants. Now we're learning that he's really not from this country. He came here undocumented too. And from Haiti? He's originally from Haiti. I think he came here after Obama left, or when Obama started, or before Obama came, he was here. I think it was before Obama came, he was here. And he came here undocumented. So that's another issue there. So don't rob the stores and get yourself arrested and get your kids taken from you. Don't be that victim. The pro-quackery is dead. Don't do the pro-quackery thing. Be a wonderful, wonderful mom and dad that you can be, and say, you know what? I am not going to rob the store, but what is the solution? I don't know. Well, this is what I'm here for. That's why I said I'm B1E1T1. That's the whole point of me want to run a channel, because I wanted to teach people what we can do to get out of certain loopholes and stuff. But it's not so receptive to some of my people. Some people want to just stay, I want to hate white people. And it's like, it's not really that. It's more so you can't talk about hating white people and then turn around and you having issues with the people that hate you, that look like you. So let's just focus on what we can do. So number one, let me talk to, if they, hopefully y'all share this video, send it. Let's talk to Walmart and Target, even Costco. I encourage every employee there that it will be a hard time in November for a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people, probably, and that are on SNAP benefits and things. And I think it would be a wonderful idea that each and every one of you donate $50 to $100 worth of groceries for per family. So if 35 employees work at Target, 35 times, I say 17, maybe 18 times 5, $50. That'd be perfect, right? Times $50. And you could buy maybe 2 bags of groceries at a time. You know, we talking about cans, tunas, canned foods, pack of noodles. Some folks donate some diapers. You know, buy like $100 worth of Pampers. You know, like 2s and 3s for the babies, just in case they ran out of Pampers and they got to get some. A box of 5s, and split those. Buy like a big box of 5s, because you know 5s is big time. You know, everybody, kids nowadays, the little toddlers, they own them 5s. You know, but buy the 1s to 5s. Split them up and put them in each bag as much as you can. Split them. Ask them if they got kids. Have the security guards outside, because it's going to be a tough time, right? And I think the beautiful thing to do is have people come and stand outside. Security is there. Police parked in their cars there. So it won't be no more of this Democratic go and riot and break windows and hurt establishments and businesses. No more of that, please. We can fight against the demons. You understand? All right. We can fight against the demons. I think you should. I would do it, right? And I think I'm going to do it. I am definitely going to. I don't work at any of these places. I would love to do that because I get discounts and I can get more for my discount for whoever family I'm going to feed. I don't care who I'm feeding. Family's going to need some food, right? Y'all going to need something to last for about a week or two. Okay? Until something comes along. Let the Democrats and Republicans fight this crap out. This is their problem. Ask for some popcorn so I can get y'all popcorn, some juices, right? So I'm thinking if y'all do this, this would alleviate any type of stupidity. This would. Supervisors probably will step in too. Supervisors will step in and pull some money out and say, hey, let's do this. Let's make sure no one breaks our window in our community. So that's the one thing. Secondly, people, on SNAP benefits and aid, government aid. If you have a phone, cell phone, one or two, and you have a car, you have a job. You have a job. And I'll tell you what jobs you have that you can look up. We have my favorite, which I don't work for them anymore. I have a different job. Instacart, Shipped, SHIPT. So Instacart shopper app, shipped.com/shopper, Amazon Prime, Drive and Deliver. We got InstaWork, Blue Crew. We have Lyft, Uber, Turbo, Sway. If you're in the Bay, Sway. If you're in LA, Sway. Drivers, Forkable. Forkable is a good one. Let me see. There's some more that I had. Oh, God, there was more. Let me see. We got Forkable. We have. What is it? I'm gonna tell you right now because I'm cheating. Here it is. Let me see. Was it this one? Let me see. Oh, shifts posts. So if you guys anybody ever worked for a pharmaceutical company, two things can happen with this job right here. Y'all, and I'm telling you, it's well worth it. Go and get trained to get your RX certificate. And then go work for shift posts. Shift post makes good money. What happens is you get on your app and you turn your app on, and on that app, you go ahead and you pick a day that you want to work, because it's going to show you the days that somebody's going to need somebody to come and distribute medications, right? We're talking about pick up medications, distribute them and make sure you help pass those to those who are coming to pick up their prescription. So Shift Post is a good one. Skip Cart is a good one. Flex Jobs, Nolo, Indeed Flex, Stick, STIC. So there's plenty of work. Now, if you can say for yourself, okay, I can do that, but how I'm going, and the good thing about this one, a lot of these jobs you can pay when you feel like you got enough money, because you're not going to struggle with the money. You're not going to be, Sway, it's up to you. If you want to make $115 a day, every day, up except Sunday, because they don't open on Sundays. But Monday through Saturday, they open every day. If you want to work for Sway, if you have the capacity to earn $115 a day every day, or $123 or $128 a day, you're going to make some good money if you're good at driving and dropping off people's packages. Picking up packages, dropping them off, but you gotta scan each one at the warehouse, and you gotta put them inside your car, and you gotta go to maybe about 62 to 78 different residents and drop their packages off. So if you can do that, you can make some money. You most definitely can make some money. So that's another one. Nolo's a good one. Like I said, Nolo, they have jobs where, again, they're flex. A lot of it's flex. So, you pick the days that you need to work. And the good news about a lot of these jobs, most of these jobs, you can pay yourself. So say like for sure, you get paid on every Thursdays of the week. Most of these are weekly pay jobs. Sway is a every other day pay job. So that's just something to think about. Wait a minute. I can make $120 a day and get paid tomorrow. Oh, I'm there. So Sway is a good one. Sway is a good one if you want to do Sway. It didn't work for me. It's a lot on my gas, but I have an old car, so that was it. But you can pay yourself if you need to pay yourself, right? And in California, that was voted unanimously. Gavin Newsom was against it. The people voted against what Gavin Newsom was against. We wanted, because Lifton then was trying to make sure we don't hardly get nothing. You like, when we driving, why aren't we being paid miles, by the miles as well? We should be paid by miles. That's not fair. But you should get, in California, you get paid by miles too. So, you know, you're not only making $400, all the miles you've driven to do what you got to do to make up the $400 a week. Now you made $1,200 a week just because of the miles. The miles are going to help pay you. It's going to help boost your money. You can just pay yourself whenever you feel like it. It's a wonderful thing to do. And you don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, I don't have government aid. No, you can make up to $1,500 a week and pay your own damn rent. Make sure when you file your taxes, let them know. Yeah, because of them, because of Section 8, I couldn't pay. But luckily, this sister hooked me up. And now I do Instacart. I'm an independent contractor. You can easily go into middle class. So, and you could, again, when it comes to paying taxes, because I don't think it's fair for a lot of us to constantly pay taxes to people who don't want to work. That's a difference. People can't work versus the ones who don't want to work. That brother said, we work for him. No, we don't. I shouldn't have to fork out my taxpaying dollars for you. My taxpayer dollars should go to my welfare. And that's where the government and the Democratic Party been getting it wrong the whole damn time. You stole people's welfare from them. Welfare is not free. Our people work for it. Welfare is not free. Okay? Taxpayer dollars, you're taking taxes out of our money. In order for them to get welfare, they need to be working 20 hours a week. I'm all for that. You got to work 20 hours a week. You say, well, girl, what you mean? Go to college. Go to college, get your caseworker. Say, look, caseworker, don't cut my benefits right now. I'm about to start making more money than what this benefit is. But before I do, I just enrolled in community college. I need you to help me pay for my, oh, no, I forgot. Because that's called, in California, that's CalWorks. So for CalWorks, what the counselors do, you're going to get your CalWorks counselor. So your caseworker is going to be in the background, just generating the benefits for you and the SNAP benefits for you, right? But your work advisor, which is your SNAP, which your CalWorks specialist, which is your caseworker at the college, she or he is going to make sure you get EOPS free books. Well, CalWorks books. EOPS is a by itself. So you're going to get free books, transportation, food card, lunch card. Sometimes for us, it was $150. And you got until a month to use that because you get a new one the next month. So that's one. You get transportation, whether you're on the bus or you're driving. If you're driving, I think you get a $50 gas card. But if you're on a bus, you get the $56 bus ride card, or you get the ticket. Some people give you the actual adult bus card to ride the bus to go to and from college. And then your caseworker, the CalWorks specialist over in the CalWorks department, because now you're working for your own welfare. You're not taking from our taxpaying dollars, right? So you're working at college, right? They're not taking any taxes out of your school financial aid because they can't count that as income. But if you want taxes taken out of the school of your work study while you're in college, you can work up to 10 hours and go to class. Wait, let's see. Take 12 units. If you take 12 units, you can work 8 hours a day. And your kids, if they're small, medium-sized little babies, they can go to daycare in that college. So you at home, you relax, you doing your homework, you going to college, you done met some friends, and it's beautiful. It's actually really, really beautiful. Like, it's gonna help you feel like you have earned income. Your CalWorks can help you get a car. You can stop being on the bus now. You can say, hey, casework, I don't need that bus ticket no more. I want the gas card. It's $50. That's cool, right? Your grades are good. You're going to continue to get financial aid, right? And go for something you know you want to be. Don't let them force you to take certain courses that's going to linger you, where the 60-month clock is up and you're not getting any more CalWorks. Because I don't know about people in other states, but in California, they gave 60 months. 60 months. As soon as you get that CalWorks, it is 60 months, and it's going to stop after 5 years. That's it, right? You only get CalWorks for 5 years. You can continue to get SNAP, but CalWorks is only 5 years, right? So you want to be very smart and strategic about the college, right? You want to be there, get your degree, and then after you get your degree, do what you get, some licensing, get something that involves license. Because I know in California, just showing your degree to go work at a company, that privilege involved. They look at you like, no, I do DEI hires. I hire those. If you don't fit what we looking for, your resume, you got a degree, you make it a disadvantage for the ones who I really need to hire for lower wages, right? You speak English too good. I can't hire you, but they don't say that, miss, but they gonna treat it like that, right? So if I were you, Black people, men and women, go and get your license at the community college and watch how you make some money. Watch how you make some money. You ain't gonna be one for nothing. Government shutdown only won't. Guess what's gonna happen? You gonna be good. Your family gonna be good. Brothers, you got kids. You got mouths to feed. This is not a Trump situation. This is what you gonna do situation. We gotta come together, and we have to do better than that. You just sit there with your arms folded and you pouting and you talking about, let me see what the president gonna do, but you ain't moved a muscle. You didn't do anything. You didn't get up to make things happen. And that led to the part where the carrot dangling in the face for the reparations. I know in California, 62 years or more, we were gentrified from homes that my grandfather and them owned, all the way down to the business. Okay? All the way down to the business that Black people owned in Fillmore. And it was terrible how I learned that the government took things away from Black people. And then they used to always get on CNN News, and ABC News, and MSNBC News. They were there talking about drug possessions. No, it was Black people who resisted on relinquishing their business. They were going to pass this to their family. You had to realize our own people, when they owned the record shop, the hair and bead shop, the chicken and waffle shop, and all that stuff, these different shops, the boutique, the clothing boutique store. I used to love to walk in this one boutique store. It started with this Black woman. I loved her. She was beautiful. She used to wear this fedora hat. And I used to let her walk in. I used to walk in and look at some clothes to see what I want to get me. And she was a sweetheart. And I thought that I was going to work for her pretty soon. I wasn't old enough to work for her, but I thought I was going to work for her because I was at that time 16. And I would walk into her shop over in, it was her shop. I used to love how she had her hair. She wore that fedora hat. And she would stand there and she would watch us walk in her store, and we will see all these nice clothes that she will have. And I would love to want to wear some of those clothes. And here I am, I'm 16. And I want to go with my sister to the it was a summer jam. I wanted to go with my sister to the summer jam. And I used to look at these clothes, and she would have her hair nicely done in braids. She had one Black sister working for her. Oh, she was beautiful too. Very beautiful. And this was the time I was 16. It seemed like Black people, every time a Black person wants to start a shop in San Francisco, it doesn't last long. I think about 3 or 4 months later, she wasn't there anymore, but some Koreans were. Okay. So it just wasn't meant for it. To me, it wasn't meant for us to own businesses. And I used to always hear stupid stuff on the news when they say, you know, oh, it was a drug bust gone wrong, or it was a drug bust while they took away people's companies. I remember that brother, these two brothers, they lived on Laguna, and they owned that corner store on Laguna Street, Laguna and Turk. And the cross street was Balboa, right? I think it was it Balboa? Well, the Balboa bus ran right across the street from there. And there used to be some brothers who owned the store, and they was not selling their store. They were not going to sell their store. But what did they do? They broke into the window. Black people didn't. I mean, Black people did protest a little bit, but they was on the news saying, oh, drug bust. It wasn't no drug bust. These brothers came out. They were angry. They let them out of jail after a couple of days of locking them up after they done destroyed their store. I mean, they destroyed their store. They really destroyed that store. We seen it. We couldn't even go to the corner store to go get $2 $4 cookies. We had to go to, at that time, Foodland, which was owned by the Chinese. But while it was owned by the Chinese Americans, it was owned by Chinese Americans. Like you barely heard them speak Chinese. They spoke none but English. Okay. And at the same time, we loved that store because that store connected with some Black folks. See? So it was the Black and yellow community. Chinese folks was there at Foodland. Later on was renamed to Gold Lane. And you had Black folks working in that grocery store. And they loved it. They were getting paid good money. Okay? So I remember those faces. My childhood. I took a picture of it because I'm going to write a story about Foodland / Gold Lane. But we used to go there. That corner store was messed up. 3 months later, they gave it to the Arab family. Now, mind you, we made friends with the Arab family, though. We made friends with them, right? But I think the propaganda was they ran the store better than anybody. And that couldn't be farthest from the truth. It was just the fact that we were being gentrified. But this been going on for 62 years or more. And I think it's really disingenuous for a person like Gavin Newsom to sit here and dangle a carrot in our faces saying you're going to give us slave reparations. No, give us reparations of gentrification. Give us gentrification reparations. Just like you need to give us reparations for that stupid old certificate of preference that you've been giving Black folks that have no money value. Black people bragging and talking about we got our certificate of preference. And yet they ain't moved out that complex they lived in. You understand what I'm saying to you, brothers and sisters? I know ain't nobody here right now, but the ones who, when y'all do come and see this, share this video. I have common sense. You still got Black folks, a lot of Black folks living in that rundown ass Thomas Paine Square. They need to investigate that damn building too. Black folks was getting scammed up in there. My mom was getting scammed. My auntie getting scammed. Folks was getting scammed. Even that one Japanese lady, that lived there. The only Japanese lady that was living in the Black community and ain't never moved out. She was getting scammed. But you giving Black people certificate of preference because of a pardon for throwing them out of them homes that they owned, and those loft buildings and those Victorian homes that they owned for years. And you moved them out in 67, in 1970, moved them in Thomas Paine Square and OC Projects right across the street from each other. That was disingenuous. That was wrong. And government didn't want Black people to make nothing in San Francisco. You're talking about a melting pot, they hide behind that melting pot. But I think Black people should get reparations for 62 years of gentrification. $400 years is over. Ancestors gone, slave masters is gone. And slave masters in the North and California didn't belong to them. So, but they owe us. They owe us for all the, look, we were so at disadvantage of making things work. When they took businesses from us, they gave it to the Arabs, Indians, Koreans, Ethiopians, and Somalians. That's who was taking over in the Fillmore area. And I remember in Hunters Point, you had one store ran by some Arabs. One store ran by some Arabs. And they was getting all the Black businesses. But then if you go down to Saves, there's a store on 3rd Street called Saves. That's where Black folks can buy their extensions, their wigs, their weaves. But guess what? Oh, get their money orders to pay go pay their rent. But that was ran by some Black folks. It was ran by some Black folks. Then for some reason, ended up being a Mexican store now. They kept the business same. She go up and saves everything Mexican. You go to the hair shop that used to be Black owned, Koreans. They did this on purpose. Gavin Newsom know it. Don't dangle a carrot in our face talking about slave reparations. We're not slaves. Because I would not be persecuted for letting you know you owe us. And all them boulets and Democratic Party, y'all owe us. You owe my auntie. She waiting for that money to come. But she's gone now, my great auntie. Should have been 108. If she was alive today, she'd be 108. My grandmother, she would have hit 90. 89 or 90 years old, my grandmother, Miss Daisy. She would have been grateful to take the money of all the years that y'all taking away business. Uncle Bruh, I want to say to my Uncle Bruh, who's no longer here, he's my ancestor now. I'm proud of him because he made it happen at Valencia Gardens. Unfortunately, he had to learn the hard way. You can't move Black people and family members and other Black folks in those parts. And that would have been a beautiful, matter of fact, that would have been the most beautifulest, fanciest project ever. He wanted it nice and fancy and pretty, but look what happened. Government brought in people who weren't even from this country. They was doing this for years. They was doing it for years. Brought in people who ain't from here, another country, and next thing you know, we got violence left and right in Valencia Gardens. Look up the history of Valencia Gardens. There's some old news clippings. I should show that one day. Old news clippings. So yeah, I believe it's owed to us. We should get that. I mean, this is brand new, fresh in your face. We don't want no damn slave reparation. Who you think this is? Stop playing with us with this study crap. It's not about slave reparations. It's about gentrification reparations. You stolen from us for many years. You took businesses from my people. My people had businesses. My people had stores. My people had hair shops. My people had barbershops. You could go to every 3 blocks. There was a barbecue store or a chicken shop, or the place where you know. And if it wasn't that, and the people who retired, they had an icy house. They had a nacho dinner house. They had steak and fries dinner house. Steak and fries sandwiches. President used to make that steak and fries sandwiches. We had the Virgos. They stole that from Precious and that family. Piccolo Pete was once black, then it became Italian. Hair shop that used to be up there, that was black owned. They took that away. Anybody that try to open up something black in the Bay Area, they take it from us because they want to know all your business, right? They want to know how much you made, what's your revenue and everything. Mind you, y'all not realizing these are all Democrats. Okay? They friendly to you. They talk to you all nice, but they don't want you to have a damn thing. I got tired of that. I seen it all too clear. And I just wanted my people to just say no to Proposition 50. She's right. If we keep letting you do what you want, you tell us what to do, we're never going to get out the slums that we're in. You see what I'm talking about. Like I said, if Prop 50 passes as a yes and not a no, I'm not starting my company here. I'm going to call that cool, white new friend of mine. I'm going to let that man show me exactly how to start a company there and get a business going. And since I have no credit in that state, I can get money, everything. And then I can start my business. I can run my business here, but I won't have my company LLC here anymore. I will cut that off. It's going straight to another state that don't focus on what you make, and they don't charge you taxes for your company, your business. And then I can really help my people the way I want to help my people. But that's just me. That's just little old me. So that's one of them. Crime bills. So let's talk about crime bills. So with crime bill, all these damn presidents did crime bills. All the presidents had their version of crime bill. It's just Donald Trump is not targeting Black people like y'all think. I just think we should just stay out of their way. Stop letting Hakeem Jeffries and all the other flunkies tell you to fight. Tell them, no, you go fight. Why aren't your ass fighting? You over there talking mess. You wearing a suit and tie. I'm trying to make some money. This sister told me I go work for an independent contractor job, make a bunch of money, and work whenever I want to work, turn the app off when I want to turn the app off, get paid when I want to get paid. So you had that fight. I'm not even going to protest no more. You had that fight. I ain't worried about what you and Trump and them doing. Like, I don't care about none of that. I'm about to make some money because I can. One thing I tell you about the businessman or the orange man, or some folks say orange man in blackface, letting you know right now, the time is ours. But we shouldn't be sitting here. We shouldn't be sitting here with our arms folded. Let me see what Trump do. Ooh, CNN said Trump said this. He racist. Ooh, this is what Trump do. He shut down the government. Well, I just told you he didn't. I'm told you Chuck Schumer said with his own mouth. You know, you got some boule ass Black old women telling me, some frail old Black woman gonna tell me, you know, the government shutting down is Trump's fault. And I said, no, it's not. No, your people. She said, well, you know, I grew up in this Democratic all my life with the Bible. Well, your Bible and that Democratic Party is a liar. The devil is a liar. I called y'all Democrats for a reason. You've been playing my people for too damn long. And I'll tell you why I don't deal with the Republicans either. I don't deal with the Republicans because they're too damn scary. How many deaths? Let me lower my voice. How many deaths that you're going to see on TV for you to say, just for you to say, see what the Democrats are doing? See, they allow these violence. Well, so are you. You're letting it happen. You're letting it happen. I'll let that slide with the black man slashing a white woman in the train. I'll let that slide because I feel like, y'all didn't see this coming. You're dealing with a bunch of undocumented people committing crime. A couple of my people was slaughtered by an immigrant, undocumented immigrant. Not an immigrant, an undocumented immigrant. Let's not get those two mixed up because immigrants are sick of y'all putting them with these undocumented immigrants. Y'all can look that up for yourself. I had a ball watching Michi X. She put up this post. It was so funny. How she put up the post about a bunch of Latinos and some Mexicans coming out rocking the American flag and said, if you're going to come here, you come and you rock that flag or get out my country. And I loved every bit of it. He says, because I'm Mexican, don't mean I'm one of you. And it's like, that's what black people say. All skin folks and kin folk. Well, that's what the Mexicans are saying. All skin folk and kin folk. I don't care if you speak Spanish, you got to banish. You're not one of us. You're not American. You're anti. And you're disrespectful to me and my people who came and worked here. We want to be a part of America. We don't want to be anti-American. You're on the wrong side of the page. Pedro. My name is Consuela. You got to go. Sorry. My grandmother and grandfather came here 45 years ago. You're not. Sorry. I'm going to represent them because they telling the truth. We're not listening to them. We just want to go by what CNN said, the American people. Hakeem Jeffries don't know what the American people are saying. Hakeem Jeffries and that lizard man don't know from Chicago. That's supposed to be a mayor. That lizard in Chicago don't know what American people's want. All he knows is he's ignoring everything black people saying to them. Hakeem Jeffries is ignoring black people as well as that lizard. Ignoring black people. Because his job is, you can say, well, all you want to say, and I'm not going to say nothing. All I know is I'm going to fight for the undocumented immigrants. But he going to call them Americans. That's not cool. The crime bill is when the government, who don't like you, that you want to vote yes on 54, want to throw all these criminals up in your building. And that's why crime rate is high in your neighborhood. And some of you don't know how to think. You don't know which way to go. You say stuff like, well, this ain't our neighborhood. Then you turn around and say, they in our neighborhood. Okay, so one group of black people are telling Trump to send in the National Guards while you sit up here saying, nah, why you gonna send in the National Guards here? Ain't nobody doing nothing. What you mean? They're not doing nothing at the moment. Then I'm hearing, well, Trump is coming after black folks, like y'all said. Well, y'all keep talking mess. You talking about the one that robbed Auntie D in them store? Her house? Purse snatchers? You know those purse snatchers that y'all know about? And the pastors ain't saying nothing about it. They know that they nephews is criminals, but they want to tell you and that young pregnant girl that you need to repent to God because you're going to have a baby at the age of 17. But they ain't them snatching purses in the broad daylight and breaking in car windows and stealing stuff out the car windows, right? Now, y'all care about black people's well-being because Trump is bringing in the National Guards on the request of black and brown people. I'm talking about black and brown people are asking for the National Guards. And you said, why are they coming to our neighborhood? Because that's what the Democratic Party and the government wanted you to do. They wanted you to put all this on Donald Trump. I'm telling you what the sneaky game is. Why aren't they in the good neighborhoods? I'm finna piggyback off of what some black folks were saying. Why aren't these illegals in the nice neighborhoods, the suburbs? Why aren't they there? Why aren't they there? See, if they were there, they would have been crying at Trump saying about bring the National Guards. We can't have them messing up our store and our boutiques and our mansions. And Consuelo, he broke into the mansions and No, they're not going to do that. See, they live in lavishly, and we're talking about conservative Democrats. There are conservative Democrats. I don't know what people thought conservatives just Republicans. No, these are conservative Democrats. These are conservatives who have a husband and some children and a dog named Timmy and a white picket fence and a nice house. They live in a gated community and in little nice mini mansions away from us. But they vote Democrat because it's to keep us down, as long as we stay down. I spoke to a couple of them and they knew they had no words for me. We're talking about folks who's passed their generational wealth over to their children. They don't want you to have a damn thing, but they're Democrats, but they're conservatives. So conservatives don't have to be Republicans. There's a lot of conservative Democrats out here. And they're smiling in your face, telling you Trump ain't did a damn thing for this country. We talking about racist ass white conservatives who are Democrats. They're out here. They're in Silicon Valley. That's where I'm at. You think Trump did for this country? Yeah, I know he did for black people. You know, the problem is he's been giving handouts to black people, and it's a disadvantage. How fucking dare you? How effing dare you? The taxes that y'all overly charged us and took away from us, he gave it back to us. Stimulus checks my ass. I had to work for all that money. I worked 5 jobs to help my daughters. Sending money here. One is trying to go to college. One needs some food for our apartment. So, and then to me, after having my son, me to feel like I'm getting that back with the unemployment, they looked at how much money we've made over the years. They were trying to cheat us out of our unemployment. Miss Lady, conservative, that's a Democrat who wanted Kamala to win. Mr. White Boy for Harris. This is not a black. They been knew that Kamala, they wanted her because how she treated black folks. They loved it, but they don't want to tell you that. So I just think that the crime bills is basically to try to force you to go commit crime or be a victim of the crime in your neighborhood. So when the National Guards come, you can stop being in fear by saying, oh my gosh, they're coming after black folks. You can say, nah, get that motherfucker too over there. That's the one that took my nephew out. My nephew ain't here because this effort. He had guns. All of them. Get them all. It's gonna be safe again, and my kids will go outside and play. But nobody wants to listen to them black folks because they're considered a coon and a sellout. How are they a coon and a sellout when you're selling out to the Democratic Party? That's the KKK party that you're selling out to. Who's the bootlegger? Who's the Democrat? Who's the sellout? Didn't Malcolm X call you guys a disgrace to your race? Yes, he did. These Democrats. I couldn't be a Republican because you got your rhinos. Yes, you got a bunch of good Republicans out there, but just too many of them Republicans who acting like they're so dang Christianized. We don't harm people. We embrace people. Yeah, but you're allowing people to die. You're not stopping the Looney Tunes of the left for targeting people who just want to go home. You're not stopping them. That's not fair. That's what we need Tom Homan for. I mean, with Tom, yeah, I mean, that too. We need Tom Homan and Cash Patel for that. Ain't nothing wrong with stopping. Like Letitia James, them should have been locked up. All this stuff that we're hearing coming out now she didn't know. She's innocent because she didn't know she committed home fraud. She didn't know she committed all this. She thought it was Trump. Can y'all believe this stuff? Can y'all believe this? Anyone who says, can you believe this? I hope she sees this. None of us is stupid. This is ridiculous. And all this, let's just say Trump fired me because I'm black. That's out the picture too. Because there's too many black folks that, Miss Ma'am, stop. You done heard your crackheaded nephews and they started doing stuff, and you got your own relative who became a whistleblower and told on you because they threatened, they hurt babies. And you wouldn't do nothing about it, Miss Ma'am. So you knew why Trump fired you. And every time you got black people just digging to find something to hate Trump over, it's the most dumbest thing I can see, and I can't hate him. I can't hate him. You say stuff like, Trump ain't gonna hire nobody black, he ain't hire nobody black. Soon as he hires somebody black, he a coon, he a sellout. Pick a struggle. You got mental issues. You're loony up there. You're loony up there. So no, National Guards flying across here, I felt no fear. I felt like, shit, go to Oakland. Oakland, California needs it. Go to Oakland, go to Kirkham, go to different areas, and then go to Sacramento, where a lot of that is more not drive-by, they're hit and runs. It's a bunch of hit and runs out there. Go over there. Go over there. Go and deal with them over there too. We need you to clean that up over there too. So my people and my family members out there can go to work and do what they got to do and not deal with people's cars being rammed into, and my brother's car being rammed into, and all this other stupid stuff. And they're saying undocumented people, there's illegal immigrants driving them cars. They the one hitting people and run, killed the baby out there and kept going. And, people stopped them and then took them in and then let them back out. No, we need them out there too. Sacramento, California. Clean up San Francisco too. And Gavin Newsom wants to be the president of the United States. He's not getting my vote. He's not ready to run the country. What he wants to do is he wants to be the head of household of everybody. And he's so arrogant with it. And that's fine. He can be arrogant, but we've been played. We've gotten nothing. You name me one thing Gavin Newsom's done for the black community besides nothing but talk this mess and getting on TV and signing executive orders like he the president. He want to be a president so bad. He just wanted to be a Donald Trump so bad. And people clapping around him. I don't know how many people get paid to do that. I don't care. So that crime bill is for, not against us. I want us to do what Michi X say, stay home. Y'all stop being outside, causing attention amongst yourself. Stay home. Black people are very upset with other black people because you're not listening to your own people. When we found out, we learned that the National Guards came to a couple of apartment buildings and supposedly grabbed a bunch of black people and had the babies, had families in handcuffs and stuff, just to find out from the very people who live in those buildings, stop making lies about the National Guards. They came and they took the ones, because the ones that was there who looked like they could have been us, they're not even us. He was a dark, he spoke Spanish, he spoke no English, but he was darker than me, spoke no English. And what they were doing to those little kids, they had the kids right there. They was arresting a bunch of folks and letting them out. And there was a couple of dudes that was there who was doing wrong in the buildings anyway, breaking into them buildings and doing what they doing. And black people were like, bye, 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 thank you, Trump, bye. And yet, just because, see, but if it was Barack Obama that did that mess, y'all would have been sitting up here talking about, bye, thank you, Obama, bye. Obama getting rid of crime, including these Negroes. Y'all better stop selling them drugs in them streets. Obama coming. But because this Donald Trump is a big issue, like he's trying to clean up the damn planet. I don't know. I think he want to make history. But for me, that's what the crime bill is about. It has nothing to do with us. Stay home, make your money, become an independent contractor. Know the Prop 50 if you're in California. Keep your mind sane. Don't give politicians no more of their damn power. That's enough. Redistricting my ass. Don't give them nothing. I don't care what happened in Texas. Let Texas deal with it. I'm hearing something different about Texas. I'm hearing about Texan residents who was all for certain things going on because of Jasmine Crockett loud ass mouth. She's doing something that made Texas say, no, we're going to stay red. That's her fault. Okay. She about to get kicked out of a seat. So, and she need to pick a struggle, whether you want to be an advocate or a senator. I don't know. But over here in California, let's say no so we can keep our business, so we can start a company for the first time in years. Start a company. You can own homes again without paying high mileage of taxes or people trying to steal your home. We got to work on that, right? Another one that I would love to talk about is Section 8. People Section 8 supposedly are going to end in terms. Well, I want y'all to know, here's the trick behind that. Here's the kicker. Who's working in those Section 8 departments right now? Migrants, Spanish speakers, Hispanics. Yes, they are. A lot of them are. I had a caseworker, and the lady they gave me, she was an Asian woman, and then they gave me back to the Hispanic woman who cut ties with my voucher. I was very upset at that time, and I had to wipe my big girl face up and say, you know what? I could go make some money. I know what I'm doing. I go make some money. Even though I have a disability, I'm not letting that get to me. My son has a disability. I'm not letting that I refuse, right? So startups. This is where I'm going to talk about Michi X, y'all. Anybody who don't know Michi X, you should go to her live stream because she's been trying to reach out to Black folks, and a lot of them not listening to her. They get on here, some flirtations with her and stuff, but they're not listening to her like they should. They should listen to her, and because she's for the people. She's really for the people, y'all. She's not the scamming. She's not the obvious Black scammer. Never. She never have been. Never. And she's the one that would teach you business. Would teach you business. You reach out to her and you give her what you can, whatever money you can, and say, I want to learn to start a business. For real. And if I were you, grab a friend or a cousin, one of your favorite cousins. I know we all got favorite cousins. Grab a favorite cousin. Talk about what type of business you want to start. And I'm telling you, Michi is on fire. She would teach you, and you ain't got to pay no $2,500 or no $2,700 or no $1,900. That ain't how she rolls. She ain't never been like that. If you get the full, I guess, 6-month thing where you get the consultation stuff, that's like $4.99. But other than that, shoot, what's $1.99 and $2.99? Sometimes she throwing a discount, $49.99 for just the class itself. And get in when you can. And she teach you survival because of this stupid stuff like the government shutdown. If you don't know what to do, and I'm not here giving you some information, you're not going to ask questions about what you should do just in case you're about to lose some money, you need some food. Yeah, we could say food bank, but sometimes it depends on how crappy their food is. Sometimes the food bank give you stuff that's 5 days already expired. Some of y'all have to learn how to write a letter. Get together with your community, find someone who knows how to write a nice letter, and send that nice letter. Ask for a nice grant for Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, Costco. What's the name of that other one? There's other stores, right? For donations, right? For the community. And see if you can start everybody can kind of open up a little bin area and put all those foods in there to give to your community that lives in that building. It should be a cool thing to do. My son's school is going to do it next year. He's going to private school next year. And I'm working with them as we speak right now. And it's so fun. I'm excited to work with families and kids and helping them get the grant going for school stuff. And not just food, but you may need dish liquid. What if the government shut down and you need some extra cases of water? You need dish liquid. You need to do your laundry. And you got this thing where you can plug it up and do the miniature clean your underwear laundry thing that's ran by a battery. Shoot, do that. So, yeah, startup business. Get together with a group of friends and do startups. Everywhere I go, I don't care if I go to Pete's Coffees and stuff. When I go to Pete's Coffees or Fields Coffee, you see some Indian folks sitting right there doing startups. You see some Asian folks and some white youngsters sitting there doing startups. And one that made me smile is when my brother walked up to a brother who was with a couple of white kids doing startups. They all had their laptop. They was working on some things. They was coding and on the thing. That's fun to see. I was so happy to see a brother do it. My son was happy. You see, now he was walking up to him and talking, hey, you my cousin. And he was like, okay, cool. I'll be your cousin. But he was smart. I love that brother for that. I don't even know him. I didn't even ask him name, nothing. But he was sitting with them brothers, and they were taking a coffee break and eating a bacon croissant sandwich and drinking their lattes and on the computer working on some new startups. And I'm like, wow, we need more of our people to do startups. I'm one of them. I'm looking for someone to help me do a startup. I have ideas. We can work on some things. And Michi has taught me so much. Michi X taught me so much. She's preparing us for such a time, right? You don't want to be out there just in case Looney Tunes are out there and they think it's the end of the world and they're about to go out with a bang, but they're going to take you out too. But you on your way to just go to the drive-thru to get you some Wendy's. You can't get you no Wendy's because now someone else sat there aimed at your car with your kids in it because they too busy being a Looney Tune. It's going to be a time. It's going to be Black folks that's doing independent contracting. And they like, dude, I said I was going to work today. I don't feel like working today. It's crazy out there. I just heard this will happen. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not doing it. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech to me has never been freedom of speech. It's what you can and cannot say. For example, when the Democrats ran everything, you could not make a good point about certain things and certain people and certain groups because it's hate speech. You can go to jail. You can lose your job. And then under the Trump administration, you can say what you want. However, there's consequences behind what you say. Because, see, someone else's feelings is hurt so bad, they got to take you out. And my thing is, it's still no freedom of speech. Because damn if you do and damn if you don't, right? So if I were you, you're supposed to have freedom of speech. You're supposed to say the things you can say. Like you can say kill now. You can say other things, but we are so used to saying the word grape and drill and absent and delete and all that stuff now. You know, that we used to stick with saying that. We still used to saying the N-word. But what I'm saying is, in this form of freedom of speech, say what you want and watch the consequences come right behind it. Be prepared for that consequences. Somebody may not like what you say. And you just said something that made sense. You said something that made someone else say, oh, you know what? You're right, Tyrone. But Jerry, he didn't like that. So he finna go and put Tyrone in the hospital just because what Tyrone said. See that? See that? When the Democratic Party was there, you couldn't say nothing because, oh my gosh, you harmed somebody with your words. It's offensive with your words. So the freedom of speech have consequences no matter what. It doesn't matter. Whether you're Democrat, Republican, I'm independent, honey. I voted for what I still stayed independent. So it depends on what you say. Maybe you should exercise the right to say what you want in another form of way. I still think it's freedom of speech if you do it that way, and you won't lose a job, or you won't like, okay, look, people was talking about the Charlie Kirk thing. What they did was not a freedom of speech, it was mockery. That's the difference. You know, freedom of speech is where you can say, well, I felt like he was a mean person, so if he's dead and gone, he's dead and gone. And if you lose your job at that, well, that was the consequences of that freedom of speech right there. You know, I don't think you probably lose your job by saying it that way. But if you sat there and mocked it and laughed and said that's what he getting, all that stuff, that's probably why you're gonna lose your job. Because see, now you mocking people who dies. That's different. That's, to me, that's not freedom of speech to me. You can say what you don't like about a person. There's people who thought he was completely a racist. But that's freedom of speech. They felt that he was a racist. That's their freedom of speech. That's what they believed. I say he is not a racist. I didn't see him, unless you think him going after a skinhead offspring is racist. He was going after them white folks like it was nothing, like they don't belong here. He said some stuff like that. And if that's considered a endangerment to people and talking bad about people, or putting people in danger just because he said, you know, stuff about the T class, attacking children, and deleting women because they're upset they're really not a woman. If that's considered hate speech and racism and racist, then I guess so be it. Some people, tea is not coffee to others. So that's another thing. So that's that thing, you know. People like to twist people's words around just to make it fit a narrative to get people to hate other people. But for me, you can't do that with me. You can't tell me. For example, there was one that they showed Trump was talking about these were foreign criminals. Well, number one, he wasn't talking about black children. But you had Abule, Hakeem Jeffries, writing down Trump has called black children all criminals. If that was true, why didn't you say anything about Hillary Clinton calling black boys super predators and all these other names? That's why I say it's all propaganda that we should stop falling for. To me, you should get your popcorn and eat and watch the movie and Unravel, because it's going to be a good one. But it won't be good if you get caught up in the movie. Don't get in the movie. Make some money with me. So, and I think startups. I think we should start up. We should. Oh, another thing, Section 8, along with the startup company. That startup and Section 8 go hand in hand. I say this because you could get a friend or a cousin or whoever your favorite cousin is, or your favorite classmate, one of your best friends, have them move in with you because the rent done went up and Section 8 is gone. Y'all both doing independent contracting job. All the jobs that I named, go back and look them up. There's a whole bunch of apps of these different independent and ask ChatGPT what independent contracting jobs you can do where you can control your hours and turn your phone on when you want to work and make some money and turn your phone off when you want to stop. I'm telling you, it's the best type of thing you can do. You could make so much money and for the week and just relax on the weekend and say, I'm ready to do it again on Monday. Do it again. Watch, rinse, repeat. But you can afford your rent. Your roommate can afford their rent. At the same time, y'all sitting down on y'all laptop, coming up with ideas and starting on your companies. You know what I'm saying? So that was my thing. That's what I wanted to talk about and stuff. So that would probably be it. I did say I wanted to pull up the last thing about all these racist politicians getting up on here at the black church. Let me see if I can find it. I do. I'm do that on my last. That is just too funny. That's too funny. That is so funny. I ran into Benny's channel. Now, listen, here's my freedom of speech. I don't like Benny. I don't. I don't. I liked him at first, but then when he talked about George Zimmerman is innocent, Trayvon Martin must have did something, he ran out with me because you don't attack a child. That was a child. That was a child. And I didn't appreciate that. When it came to George Floyd, I don't care for George Floyd. I didn't care what he did to the people in the neighborhood. But that officer should have let his knee up. He could have, Derek Chauvin, that's his own fault. And I'm glad he's not out of prison. He should stay there. Because you didn't have to help him die quicker, if that's the case. If he was going to die, your knee didn't need to be on his neck like that. That officer who took out that brother who was just jogging, them officers, off-duty officers, and that judge, thank you for staying in prison. You don't belong out here. That's my freedom of speech. That was wrong what you did to that young man. He didn't deserve to die. Now, what I do want, because I know the Democrats is in a way of Donald Trump right now, trying to fix things up. But I would love to talk with Michi because I want to know if we can find a way to see if Trump can lower Ozone's sentencing. Let Trump see what the hell really happened and lower the sentencing, because he was defending himself from dying, right? And I also want Trump to look at those officers that was inside that hospital. See, Trump wasn't the president yet. It was Kamala and them in office still. All them officers that put tape on that brother's mouth and beat him until he died. In the hospital, and hospitals and nurses laughed. Nobody stopped it. Nobody did. And I'm thinking, can Trump look at that and ask? See, I don't know about y'all. I'm not on this trip where you gonna shame me for wanting Trump for my best advantage, because I saw what he did on his first term, and I'm all for starting some crap again by saying, how about them officers that did that? Let's see, can we get Trump to see that? Bring up that video so he could see what they did to that young black man. They say he wasn't even a criminal. He had I guess a ticket for his car or something. He's supposed to get a ticket on his car, but he was brought in after they beat him up, and then they brought him in, they beat him up some more, and he was tied up when they did it. Trump, all those officers, they beat an innocent man like that, like a dog. See, black people, y'all got to think better than that. Okay, this is more than just Trump helped us with stimulus checks and $17.50 every 2 weeks. That was money that was owed to us, y'all. It was. That wasn't nothing free. That was stuff that they were giving to them undocumented immigrants. He snatched it from them and from the Democratic Party and gave it to us. That's why Democrats was mad at Trump. And the rhinos, the Republican rhinos, oh, they was mad at Trump too. Like, what the hell are you doing? He's not even a politician. He's not even a qualified president. He is now. He just figured out, he's smart. He done figured out how to become the president. I think we should use it to our best advantage. Hey, Candy Cane. I think we should use Trump to our best advantage and say, what about all those officers that beat that man senselessly with a tape on his mouth? Ooh, and get them nurses and them doctors who allow it to happen too. Yes, I think they should. Hey, Candy Cane. I don't know if you see that StreamYard. Shoot, if you have some questions, come up and ask some questions. And I have some of my sisters over at Tip Channel. They didn't understand my get downs. and they thought I was just for white supremacy. And I was like, no, the Democrats are for white supremacy. I am not. I left white supremacy. I didn't even know I was demonstrating and voting for white supremacy when I voted for Barack. I voted for white supremacy. Didn't even freaking know it. Okay, that's the one that says he wasn't for an apology of slavery and he wasn't for reparations. That told me right there all I needed to know about that black man biracial man, and that was it. But I got the StreamYard if you have some questions to ask and stuff, and let me look at this. My brother Mew Mew was saying some stuff about 5,000 families in schools, public schools. The reason why I'm not for public school is it's too indoctrinated right now. And until that stuff gets cleared, none of my kids are going to private school, public school. They're going to be in private school. And my son is high functioning. He's very smart, very smart. Scam caller alert. And all this time, nobody understands why parents are complaining and talking about taking their kids out of school. School districts don't need your money. They've been taking taxpayer dollars money and they've been blowing it on something stupid. It's not going to the kids, Mew Mew. It's not going to the kids at all. Where do you think the books and stuff come from? What do you think that's grant writers are for? They're writing not just for money. They're writing for free papers and free books and donated stuff. As a matter of fact, because see, I used to be with the schools. I worked for the schools too. As a matter of fact, I decided all my spare time, I get to work for the schools that involves my son. They don't have to buy these books for these kids. They can get the old versions. They got the newer versions of the books. They got the fifth, like the 5th edition, when it's the new 6th edition. And because the 6th edition is just real brand new, they don't want to throw the 5th edition away. They give the 5th edition to the public schools. Okay, that's how it works. That's how it works. So, that's how it works. So the kids are getting, maybe we call it day old education. And our children in the Bay Area, they're poor at reading. They can't read. Okay. And I've been saying this. Now, I wasn't clear when I told Sister Tiki and Mew Mew, I was held back twice because my mother moved, but not that she moved like across the street. She moved from one county to another county, and counties have their own rules and regulations, right? So if I was in 1st grade in Pacifica, and my mother moved, and that's San Mateo County, and she moved to San Francisco and got her own apartment, no longer living in the because my mother, she lived in a house with her brother. He had the main house. She had the back house. We loved it. It was like a 2-bedroom, and it had like the only thing she had the living room. Okay. My mother could watch her TV and whatever. We had the bedroom stuff. We had our own bathroom. But the only problem was she had to come upstairs. We had to go upstairs and eat in that kitchen because Uncle didn't want that's the stove because it's connected. You know what I'm saying? It was looked like a little barn, little area, but it was fixed so nice. My mother made it look nice. She's an interior decoration, interior designs, right? So I digress. I'm just going on live. My mother moved to San Francisco in her own apartment, and we moved back in the Fillmore district in Western Addition. And school district in San Francisco saw me and my brother. I'm in 1st grade, my brother in kindergarten. They kept him in kindergarten. They put me in kindergarten. So me and my brother were in kindergarten. Now, I think when it came to 2nd grade, Miss Lee, they did a test, and I didn't know what that test was about. I was a little girl. And I will never forget this beautiful woman. Her name was Georgianne Lee. Mrs. Lee decided why am I in the first grade when I should be in the second grade. Only thing I was struggling on was math. I didn't understand how this number thing worked. What's this numbers? I was just writing any number. I didn't understand. I wasn't taught this yet, right? And she taught me how to add and subtract. And it became an easy thing to me, right? Single digit add and subtract. So they took me to go take a test. Now I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't understand what the hell I was doing when they did the testing in the office. They had me do these tests, not in the office picking just anything. I came back to my proper grade. They put me back in the proper grade. I ended up in the second grade. However, I was in a grade with this mean Chinese teacher named Mrs. Louie. I never liked that woman. Her name was Lily Louie, and she hated black people. She made us learn Cantonese. Yes. Okay, we had to learn Cantonese in her class. Now, much as I didn't like this ugly old woman, she's gone now. I know she's gone. When she was in her 40s, when I was in second grade. Ugh. So she grown now. But I came out learning Cantonese, reading and writing Chinese language. And I still can do it too. So that's one. But these kids, they got the homeschool. For some kids are not homeschool, not homeschool material. And I have to learn my son is not homeschool material. He doesn't do the independent homework. He does the homework when it's told to him. So he has a lot of my ways. When it came to going to the gym or PE, I took a college course because I needed a coach to tell me, have me come into class and work out. I didn't do all this. Okay, let me get up and go work out on my own and exercise. Some women can do it. I will go downstairs where the coach is at. Right now we have PE tomorrow. We have gym tomorrow where we can do the workout, Pilates. And I love every bit of it. But my son got football and I got to go watch my son win. Okay. He's a right tackle. But that's where my son is at with his education. He's very, very smart. And tell him to read something. That boy can read. Tell him to spell something. That boy love to spell. Tell him to read. He loves novels. He tell you anything about cars. He loves cars. He loves all types of things about cars. He can spell all the different names of the cars. He love it. He loves spelling bee. He loves physics. He loves to touch things and make things happen. When it came to that math, he inherited some of my frustration with numbers. But I'm telling you, he gonna be just like me when it comes to them numbers. That boy is gonna be number hungry. He's gonna love doing numbers. And this is how come I say he's not ready for homeschool. Homeschool is not his thing. It's a struggle because he wants to be in the classroom setting with other kids. And when we go visit these private schools, he and mind you, now I don't go with him to visit private schools. The last time we went to go visit a private school with my son, that boy had a meltdown. He didn't want to leave. And I was like, God darn it. I says, you got to get up, son. No. I says, yes, no. I says, oh my gosh. I had to pick him up from his under his thing, and I had to restrain him this way, hold him like this, and pick him up and take him to the car. That was the most difficult thing ever for me. He's crying. He says he would never be able to come back here again. I says, yes, you will, son. If I choose this school for you and if this works for you, you're coming back, man. So that's one thing. The second thing is a lot of parents that's in the area where I'm at, they're sick of Gavin Newsom and him controlling the schools and the school system. Mew Mew, Tiki. No, we should not do that. And there's resources. You should never put down someone who want to do better for our people. I don't care about these excuses. What if they don't have? You throwing my people under the bus when you say that. I find it offensive that you would sit there and say people who was in my situation, I was in their situation. They can get out of it like I can. And it's not because of strong will. I was just refusing. I had my mindset. I refused. But my sister taught me not to do that. I'm not going to be anybody's victim. I'm not going to accept just anything coming to my son. My son's finna grow up and be a man. And I go out of my way to see to it that he does. He has football. He deals with those coaches. When I take him to football practice, I'm not there. Don't come to me crying to me about nothing. You crying? You better toughen up with them boys. You better toughen up with the coaches. That's my whole thing. I don't get caught up in what he does when it comes to football. He's fatherless. It's embarrassing. Not on my part. Not on my part. I felt nothing. Listen, life goes on. I got to raise that child. I can care less what people think about me. You don't know who I am. I am the one that's going to make it happen for mine. And I ain't got to go rob no damn store. I'm not blaming any politicians because the number one thing for me to do to separate myself for these politicians, Democrats or Republicans, is do what I need to do. All I'm saying is Trump opened the door for us to do what the hell we got to do. Because if a Democrat come in office, we ain't going to be able to do a damn thing. You may not be able to travel. You may be paying some extra fees. If a Democrat come back to the party, as much money Trump is going to give to us, because he's going to give it to us. He's done it before. He's going to give it to us. He's going to make sure we get paid. Get paid. And you sit there and you're dumb enough to vote for a Democrat to go back in office on a strength that he hate Donald Trump, or he pretend I sort of like Donald Trump was a good guy, and don't fall for that neither. It's too late. You shouldn't hate him in the beginning. You should have been rolling up your sleeves to help build this country, but you anti-American. Therefore, I don't trust you. You don't care about what happened to our kids. And like I told the doctors, how come the undocumented don't have to get those shots, but you want my son to get those shots to go to school? Thank God for John F. Kennedy Jr. in the Trump administration. My son don't have to get those damn shots. They already gave my son a shot when he was a baby, and that's what made us think that that's how he got that autism or Asperger's. He's autistic. He's not autism. He's autistic. He's too functional. He's going to want your time. He touch everything. Autisms don't want you touching them. They don't want that sun in their face. My son's the opposite. He wants some sun. That boy want to stay outside. Every now and then that boy go outside in the backyard. This is our, let me see. Let's see if you can see. This is our yard out there. We have a yard out there. And every now and then, he just go, Mama, can I go outside and get some air? Yeah, just leave. His toys and stuff's out there. But leave the earth alone, because he was digging all in the dirt. He was digging all in the dirt. And it's cool, but he had it all on my floor. So I put a paper bag around that garbage, the broom, and I told him, I want you to sweep all that mess up and put it right back to the earth. And I made him sweep that ground outside. You don't get to dirty up my backyard. But I fought to get us here. Because everywhere I went, I was being gentrified by people who speak Spanish who didn't want me living there. They had one guy had the nerve to tell me that you're not going to qualify to get up in here. I said, you don't know what I'm going to qualify for. I wasn't thinking. Why? Because I'm not undocumented. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that I would love to talk about when it comes to these kids. But they didn't see the fact that I need a place for me and my baby. because I was been gentrified for a long time. Section 8 ran out on purpose, but they gave it to the undocumented over here. They always able to get homes and apartments over here. And I think it's unfair. And I don't do the black and brown situation. I don't talk about black and brown like that. I don't. There's no black and brown unity. There's brown people and there's neighbors that are Hispanic Americans that I respect very dearly. They're the coolest people on the planet. We don't march like that, though. It's hi, bye. Oh, yeah, your son can come and play with my kids. Go ahead, go ahead. And we outside talking. Me and mom sitting down talking and chilling and eating something. And Gracie Ella saying what she got to say. I'm saying what I'm got to say. And we just chilling. And we talking about how stupid things be sometimes and how we can go. And we be hooking each other up on some resources, too. Me and little Gracie Ella. Shoot. Her kids is cool. One of her sons is dating a black girl right now. He feeling himself. But we're not with this black and brown thing. We like American. Hell, the hell's that? We American. I got Asian friends too. I do. I have some Asian friends. They every now and then. I had reached out to one on Facebook and she cried. She could not believe I am still here. And I was like, I just want to know if it works. Are you here? And she called me. She goes, oh my gosh, long time. No, see, how are you? And that's my best friend, Yenna. And her daughter married now. It's been a while. Like, it's been a beautiful thing. Yenna always had our backs. And she was the sweetest Asian. She's the sweetest Chinese lady. I used to love when my daughter had homework and she had to do Chinese homework. Yenna want to be like her tutor. I'd be her tutor. I would be her tutor. I said, okay, go ahead and be her tutor. But she didn't need to be her tutor. She just told me, your daughter, she's Holang. She's Holang. And for black folks, what that mean? What she say? She said my daughter's very smart. They love her. They call her the smart one. And every time, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you a quick story. And my daughter went to private school. And I fought for her in private school. And I was on CalWorks. I was on SNAP benefits, or what they call CalFresh. Okay? I was. But guess what I applied for? I wanted my baby in private school. And I took that welfare check and I paid for my school. I paid for that application fee. It was $50. I said, I'm going to get my daughter in this private school. It's $50. I cried when I first found out her tuition was full. Her tuition was $750 a month. I cried. I was like, $750 a month? How am I going to do that? And I went to sleep. I said, God, show me the way. How can I get my daughter in this private school and pay the tuition? And I thought about it. I said, City College of San Francisco. I'm going to college. I'm going back to school. And I decided I'm going to go back to school because I found I could go back to school while I get aid. And I did 20 hours a week. That ain't nothing. What people complain about, you got to work 20 hours a week to get aid. So damn what? I had to do it too. That ain't nothing new. That was Obama's thing. Obama said you got to work. Nope, take it back. I apologize. It was Bill Clinton's thing. But I wasn't on welfare yet. Okay? I was only on welfare because I had a hard time looking for work. I was able to get free daycare for my daughter and because family was going to keep my daughter. And I was going to pay something to a relative because she was braiding hair and everything. Because she was putting her kids through private school. You thought she was putting her babies in public school? No, we didn't live like that. I don't like your public school. And I don't like the school district. And I don't like the fact that the school district was determining where our kids can go. And what about the black mama who forged her son's name and her mama's address so he could go to the better school? And she ended up getting arrested for that. Democrats. This is not a Republican issue. This is a Democrat issue. Democrats don't want you doing better than them, especially these conservative Democrats, these left-leaning conservatives. They don't want you. How dare? How are you able to afford the private school? You could say right now to them, I don't think it's any of your business, ma'am, but thank you for your concern. 750. I think when my daughter got in first grade, it was $9.90 a month for the tuition. And I didn't cry because I knew what to do. I applied for basic funds because basic funds in California, check your states. You want to put your kids in private school? Don't let no Negro and no bootlicking Negro and no cooning Negro tell you, mom and dad, that what's wrong with public school. Say everything's wrong with it. That's why my baby got to get a higher education. There's nothing wrong with higher learning. There's nothing wrong with paying for your baby to be private. Because guess what? Your baby's in a public school. Now your child belongs to the public. It's everybody goddamn business what your child is going through and not yours. How backwards is that? And until we change that, no one black should be putting their kids in a public school. There's a Q Butter school, which is a private institution because you can pay some tuition. It's not free. Don't treat his school like it's free. He has a real school, unlike Umar, who just opened up a school. But when are the kids going? There is basic funds, moms and dads. You low income, you got to pay rent now. Basic funds, guardsmen. The NICE program is spelled NAISS. Let me see if I can find this. I'm looking right now. Let me see if I can find this because I want you to see. This is not something that that is so made up. It's not that. Like, I am on your side for real. I am for us doing better and getting better. I'm for us to doing that. And I don't appreciate black folks, whether they're playing and they're making just jokes, you know, they can be playing, but some folks take it serious. Children's children K-12 financial aid services. And these are private services. This is not government owned. These are not government prior stuff. This is not owned by the government. Okay. Let me see if I can pull this up. I want you to see this. I'm going to share my screen. Let me see if I can find the names. Let me see if they can find it. Because your babies can go to private school, and I can tell you the benefits behind that. And I'm telling you, and it's going to get you your freedom. Oh my gosh, the beautiful things that you deal with in a private school as a mom. Now, I'm going to tell you two different types of things that could go wrong in a private school. But give me 1 second. Financial aid and is it grant lists per state. 50 state. Okay. State profiles, funding. Let me see if this is it right here. Lists. Okay. Let me see if this is it. I want to show you guys all these different ones. Let me see. I'm going to go to California and see if it shows what I think it's going to show. I'm going to share my screen. This is a nice one. I've never seen this one. Individual state profile. Oh wow. Once again, though, this is not government funded. Okay, let's find a different one. Let's see if I can find one. That's not it. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find it. Oh yeah, that's the NIA program. This is the states per pupil states. No, we want to know the listings. State financial aid programs. Okay, discussions. Different lists. We want the lists. NASFAS. Let me see if they show what I think they're gonna show. I'm gonna share my screen. We want the ones for the children. Which ones for the children? See, that's the only thing. I am not good at a lot of this stuff. Student menu, students for ages. Let's see. Ages K to 12. Okay, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Oh, here it is. K to 12. Elementary. Private schools. What is it? Scholarship. That's what it's called. Scholarship lists and grants. That's what it's called. Okay. This is it. Now let me find it. Tuition assistance. Where is this? Is this it? Oh, here we go. I'm about to share my screen like right now. Let me share my screen. Right now. I am ready. Let me share my screen. Share my screen. All right, let's share my screen and you're going to see what I'm talking about. Share screen. And then we're going to go to K-12. Yes. Okay, share it. So I hope you can see it. View tab, StreamYard. Okay, I hope you can see it. So I'm going to make it bigger, maximize it. Can you see that? I hope you can see that. So let me go to my area. Let's go ahead. You probably can see it. Let's see if you guys can see that. So I'm on here, just like you are. I'm going to roll this down. So basic funds, giving parents a choice. So if you have a chance to put your baby in private school, and this is for low-income families, helping students access better education. There's different online private schools, education academy, private academy awards, up to scholarships for full-time tuition fee enrollment each school. So these are real good ones. The Village Scholarship, that's another one. It's all kinds. There's the NAES program, which the Guardsmen, Ed Choice, that's another one. No, they didn't change. They took it away. Vouchers and scholarships programs, K to 12. These are all different ones. Let me show you one. Let me see. Oh, see if they got the NAES one. The NAES one's a good one. The easiest one I like is the basic funds because they connect with both. If the private school also assist in their own financial aid. So they can have their own financial aid and you can basic funds will come up with like $1,600 a year, right? They get the first 800 the first term, and then after spring they get the other 800. Meanwhile, you pay and you're smart. You can find out what schools and what tuition you may have to pay. But you pay, say like your tuition is $196 a month. Okay, when you go to college, you get paid working on campus, and you can pay the $196 a month for your baby. Like, this is more than just sending them to school. This is not about throwing your baby at school and having them do all the work. You got to be that mom and that dad that's going to come forth. And I don't care if you got 4 kids, put all 4 of their asses up in there and get a discount. So now you're paying what? $502, not $800 a month. And you get to file that in child tax educational credit. Maximize your aid potential. There is some, and most of them are privately owned. They're not government owned at all. Not at all. Only time you get government owned financial aid, and I'm sorry to say, here in California, if something was wrong done upon your child, and mama says, my baby not going to no more y'all school districts. We're going to blame the school district on everything, because you're not going to keep my kid here. So I'm going to put my baby in private school, because guess what? You go any damn where you want with your baby. Any damn way. You got a car? You don't want to put your kids in a private school over here. You don't like Catholic schools. So put them over in learn the academies. Plus, you like Spanish. You want your baby to learn Spanish. Well, Spanish immersion. Okay, put them in a Spanish school. My daughter went to a Chinese private school. Let me show you. I want to show you something else too. Look, I'm going to show you something else. Let me show you. Cornerstone Academy, San Francisco. My daughter went to 2 campuses of Cornerstone. I want you to see. And I did this on aid, y'all. There's no excuses. Look at all these Asian kids, though. But my daughter went here. She didn't go to, this is preschool. And these is Christians. So for those who believe in the Lord, they into Christianity. And you will see, intentionally see some Black kids there, because some parents says, nah, my baby going. This is City Hall. Beyond that one. And it'd be 25 to 30 kids a classroom, and those kids learn. This is the uniform they wear. My daughter wore this uniform. She would get up in the morning. She would put that uniform on all day. It's the same uniform. They be in the science. Look at this. So what I'm saying is, yeah, and they open, but if you were in the Christian faith, I wasn't in a Christian faith, but your kids gonna learn, and they treat your baby like they are one of them. They do. The only thing I say to you is always put them in an after school type program where some Black kids is at, so they can get that balance. Because if you don't, your kids gonna act like they Chinese too. Y'all want to do that. You want to do one thing, which I did. I'm proud that I did not do. But then there's this other one. This is this other school. Let me see. I'll tell you. So in this school, parents had to. There's more schools I would like to show. Let me stop sharing. There's other schools that I had. I would love to have shown, but it's way beyond my time. But in this case, the downside to a private school, not necessarily it's an individual home setting, meaning that you may run into your child may run into another child who have trouble at their home. You understand? And at their home, It could be various things. Let's see, what am I doing? I'm trying to give us that. Husband works a lot, mother's drinking. There's going to be a divorce, and they're feeling it, and you friends going through it or what have you, and sometimes that energy trickles on down. Or when you get to private school and it'd be like the high school private school, they're so used to their parents not paying attention to them, they're doing things they got no business doing. But this is where you step in, mom and dad. There is no excuse. You let little Tyrone and little Nikisha know, be at that office so I can pick you up. I don't want you in that bathroom with Stacy and Jonathan and them. No. You understand? I don't like them damn kids like that. You here for education. But you gotta have that attitude like that. You gotta have where, you know what I'm saying, wait a minute. I am around folks who got money. My mama playing the role like she got money. And turns out later on, mama got money. But I'm saying to you is, after all that, tax season comes. That's my favorite part, when tax season comes. You pay tuition for your kids. I want you to understand this. You get the tax ID from the school. They have it out there for the parents to grab, because they have to itemize things that they have paid their kids to go to. And you're going to take that to the IRS filers, whoever are going to file your stuff, low income, what have you, or and what you do is, once you file your taxes, or they may bring back I Can E-File. That was my favorite one. I used to file my own taxes, or I will go to the low income people, to the people who will file your taxes for free. The ones who used to file my tax for free, they used to ask me, how do you survive? And at that time, I was in a low income housing. I was living in low income apartments. I wasn't living in the Section 8. I had low income apartments. Rent was 30% of your income, but it was no Section 8 voucher. And so I would say stuff like, I just survive. My rent is only $290 a month. Shoot, I got a nice 1-bedroom apartment. My rent is $290 a month, and I'm living. And they look at you like, you're living off of $12,000 a year. That's what the Democrat wants you to continue to do, is live off of stuff like $12,000 a year, as long as you got you some low income housing. But if you want to live better, and you want to afford things, you gotta be smart with your money. You have to be very, very smart with your money, because your money can only take you so far. However, you can do so much with it. You file your taxes, you claim your child's education, you pay for your baby's books, you pay for your baby's tuition and everything. That's how you get hard on your kids too. I don't want them damn penny loafers scuffed. You better not lose a damn tie. That sweater better not have a hole in it. You gotta be like that. You ain't gotta do a whole load of laundry, because 5 days a week, your kids is in private school and in uniform, feeling like they're important and stuff like that. At the end of the day, when you get your taxes, let's talk about child tax credit. They made $1,800 of child tax credit, including another $1,750 child higher education credit. Then you got your itemized taxes, where you pay for the child's books, you pay for the child's field trip, you pay for the child's lunch. All that counts. All that counts. It's not fraudulent. Count all that. So you can get $3,000, $4,000 a month alone from the child, or you make more from your children. You get that back in taxes. Then you get your basic income tax. Well, shoot, you was gonna get $1,700, but now you got $7,600 something. Take $4,000 of that, put it back into that child's tuition, new uniform. Get them 2 new uniforms. Pay for that 2 new uniforms. Take a picture of that, taxes, and then go and then you go and put the rest of that tuition down, still file for your basic funds, and watch how your tuition be as little as $28. Because see what they do is they're going to spread that. What if your tuition is $6,400? You got the basic funds. You don't put down $4,000 towards the tuition. So now you're going to owe at least $1,100 a year, 10 months. 10 months. And you're like, man, I'm only paying what, $50? I'm paying $50 a month in tuition. And you still can claim the full amount what you paid. Do you need financial aid now? You allow yourself to get your school discounted for your kids. But guess what? Your baby is learning higher education, appropriate education. Child has 2 grades reading level, 2 grades up reading level. They learning coding, not about their feelings. They're learning coding. They get to go on field trips and learn how to write a journal of the field trip. Different fun things to do, fun things they can do. And you volunteer in some services. Some services, you don't need to volunteer services. They already got it down pat. I know for my daughter's teachers, they had a down pat for my little girl. Oh, goodness. I remember all those teachers. They were some good teachers. And they was making sure she was in plays and everything. And she had a chance to do the spelling bee. I said, baby girl, what do you want to do? Spelling bee? Or do you want to do the Chinese speech contest? That little girl said Chinese speech contest. And I had some videos to pick up. And I think next week, I'm going to get all my daughter's stuff from the school. They say they still got some stuff that they can print out or give to me from the time my daughter was in kindergarten to 5th grade, because she was there from kindergarten to 5th grade. And I appreciate Cornerstone. I have my ups and downs with them. Don't get it twisted. I had ups and downs. But I used to love that the parents would say stuff like, whatever class my daughter's in, they want their kids in the same class with my daughter. And I love that she was able to learn to speak Chinese. Cantonese was the first initial language. She had a Chinese name that she learned how to spell. She had to learn how to write her Chinese phonetic writing. And then when she got straight A's in Cantonese and she did well with the Chinese phonics exam, she graduated in 4th grade to the Mandarin class. She was ready for Mandarin. Oh, did she do Mandarin like she was being ready for Mandarin? So I'm saying to you, I don't see a problem with Black people advancing their babies and putting them in something that involves something that they're going to learn and love how to do. You'll guarantee it's going to be less teachers talking about your kids did something wrong. There's going to be less people calling in school talking about your kids getting expelled. And then you're yelling about white supremacy. But y'all want to be in that. Y'all want to be in this cuckoo stuff. And I'm saying to you, you can get out of that cuckoo stuff. But see, when I tell you that, that's white wing or right wing talk. And it's not common sense to you. Get your kids out of that stupidity, not of that craziness. You can say those types of things. You know what I'm saying? I think that you benefit more with your kids in private school. They're going to be different. Now, I will say this. You got to still be on your kids like they would if they was in public school in a way. Because sometimes these babies, they smart and all. And they learned how to do things that they don't think you learned how to do. Somewhere and that little brain of theirs, they think they're smarter than you. And they act real privileged. So you got to put a lid on it real quick. Soon as little Justin says something out of pocket based on his vocabulary words, and he think he's trying to correct you, mom, or correct you, dad, politely watch yourself. You're smart because you're in that school. Thank me for it. Warning. That's all you gotta do. Give him that warning. Don't talk. You out of pocket right now. That's the only thing I'll say. Don't let your kids follow a lot of them associates. Always teach your babies. Those kids are associates there. They're going to want to find out what they know and all the stuff. Some of these kids are so privileged. Their parents are doing their homework. You're not doing their homework. No. You tell them, you helping them with their homework. You give them ideas. That's what I do. My son said, Mama, how to spell spoiled? What is the sound? Okay, it's S-P. Now spell oil. And then the last two letters, D. You already know. It's S-P-O-I-L-E-D. Yes, you got it, son. You got it. He go back and okay, leave me alone. He go back and he does this a lot. Okay, leave me alone. He go back and write it down because he want to write stuff. He loves to write. He loves to write. We're gonna work on that math though. He got math drill. But our babies is very, 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 very important. You don't know what gift you don't pulled out of your child in that public school, private school, and what they can do and become because they're there. Your child may be caught up on that tech thing now. Your baby may be interested in tech stuff, something that they was never interested in the public school. Because they have to learn that they was born slaves, and then it was Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks, and third grade, and they just learning how to do 2 + 2 is 4. They just learning how to do subtractions, the 3 thing of subtractions, the 3 thing, whatever. It's like this thing where you feel like they're behind schedule. It's like they're behind schedule, and the teachers are going to teach it the way that's all they know, right? I don't think it's fair. It's not fair to our babies. I think you should try private school. Now, and I will say this though, on a political standpoint, if you say, wait a minute, I don't have that type of money for a private school, but you do. It's out there. You just ain't trying to get it. But if you want to say, well, no, I don't want my kids going to any institution, you and a few family members learn to love each other, then get together and do the Betty Shabazz thing. Find someone who has a bigger house, let them fix it up, clean the house up real good, and turn it into a small elementary school, and pair up with Q Butter School or pair up with another school, or y'all come up with your own curriculum and build a school system. Feed them food, cook them food, and y'all be there for those kids. 2 or 3 parents may have to go to work, but the other 4, y'all there. You don't have to be uniform attire either. Just you're there teaching the children things. For me, my school, we about to bring back home economics because kids should be crafting. It's good for their mental psyche. Kids should be crafting. They should be doing wood shop, metal shop, sewing, clay, knitting, cooking, painting, literature arts. They should be doing these things, right? They should be building something. Okay? That's what kids should be learning. Not who got 2 daddies and 2 mommies in the house. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. I think it's so inappropriate to indoctrinate these kids. And I'm sad to see a lot of my people, they don't find it a problem with that, but they find it a problem with me saying babies got to go to private school. They should go. The school district don't deserve no more of your time. They don't. They was involved with that indoctrination. And if you don't get indoctrinated, if your kids don't want to be indoctrinated, and if you don't want to be indoctrinated, or your children to be indoctrinated, excuse me, they bringing in the police. They saying you're abusing your kids. And I'm about tired of that too. Like, you got to stand up for yourself and stop being a victim or a pro-quack or a victim of any circumstances. I think it's a disservice to any of us. So no on Prop 50 that's going to save our asses, to be honest with you. Yes on Prop 50 because people are in their feelings and don't know why they're voting yes on Prop 50, but you're going to give the demonic KK Klansman named Gavin Newsom the power to redistrict you and tell you how to live and take things from you and give to the undocumented. You know, it's has really nothing to do with Donald Trump. They throw him in it. Okay. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Nothing. But they want to put that in there to get you to vote. They want to know how many people hate Donald Trump. If they hate him, let's stop Donald Trump. Well, he's not doing nothing in California yet. So what does Prop 50 freaking got to do? Arnold Schwarzenegger said it's a scam, and Gavin Newsom knows better than that. Now, I'm hearing something different with Texas. You got people in Texas, they want Jasmine Crockett out, and they're voting for her to leave. They are. She's already in trouble as it is, but she's going to go and campaign for California for people to vote yes on Prop 50. And I'm going to say it again, baby, Jasmine Crooked Letter Head Crockett, please stay out of California. We're already struggling as it is. Okay. We already still got the high ass gas prices because of Gavin Newsom, not Trump, Gavin. Okay. You don't want to listen and lower our gas prices. And too many of us over here, we already know why gas prices haven't lowered itself at all. Grocery prices not down low because Gavin. Because they want us to make it about Donald Trump. I'm not making it about the president of the United States. I'm making it about you because you're our governor. You're supposed to be our governor. You're nothing to me, but you're supposed to be the governor, but you're refusing because you think you're bowing down to Trump and you're being a coward. That's your problem. You got a problem with Donald Trump? That's your problem. You, Chuck Schumer, Lie King Jeffries, what they call him, Dollar Store Obama, Lie King Jeffries. All he does is lie. He's a liar. Everything about this man is a liar. I heard one senator say something that made a lot of sense. Hakeem Jeffries come and switch the story and said he said something else. And I forgot what it was. But I says, wow, this man literally with a straight face, he can lie real good with a straight face. And black people fall for it because he black. When y'all gonna stop being burnt? There's a bunch of black folks who don't like us. All skin folks ain't kin folk. At least I recognize that. All skin folk ain't kin folk. I don't know who Jasmine Crockett is. We just found out who that wench was. I don't like her. Anytime somebody says something about Jasmine Crockett, and then let me get with because now I'm about to get a little pumped before I get off this live stream. Let me talk about Stephen A. Smith. I've been telling y'all he a jellyfish. This man is so jelly. He went off and said the right things to Jasmine Crockett, turned around and took it back and said, it's all Trump's fault. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know he was saying things about you. That's because she kept on attacking him. She was attacking him since before he became the president. All she did was ran her mouth. Every time you see her, Trump this, Trump that, Trump, Trump. I'm so sick of hearing the name. She been attacking that president. He finally say one word and say she ain't bright up there. All of a sudden, how dare you, Stephen Smith? You hear what Trump said about her? How rude is that? Can you imagine one of our family members been trying to be cool with the mother of his children, and she constantly keeps doing all kinds of shit to him, and she keeps throwing things at him, and she's cussing him out, and we at night talking, come on, calm it down, please calm it down. He walking away. But people outside of that don't see that. But they're going to turn around, and they're going to find a reason why he sat there and shook the hell out of her. Leave me the F alone. Leave me alone. Do this. She falls backwards, and they see what he did. You see what he did? That's Jasmine Crockett. And then people outside, oh my gosh, your nephew, your son, your cousin did that to that woman. That's the mother of his child. Yeah, do he have to accept her beating on him? We just told her to stop. We just told her to stop. People told Jasmine Crockett to shut up a bunch of times. Black folks told her to shut up. What the hell are you talking about? Somebody questioned me, TX, about Jasmine Crockett. That's something about one of the brothers calling Jasmine Crockett out and saying, you see how these black men saying something? I think he was black. I'm not sure if he was black or was he a white senator or something, and he's with the Trump administration. No, it was Tom Homan. She said something about Tom Homan, right? And Michi was cracking up because she liked Tom Homan. Tom Homan doing what Michi won't do. Get these illegals out of here, okay? Straight up. So Jasmine Crockett said something. Tom Homan said something back. They said, y'all don't think Tom Homan racist because of what he said about Jasmine Crockett? Because, you know, he disrespected black women. And Michi said, I'm offended as hell that you will compare black women to this loudmouth, ratchet ass woman like that. Don't ever compare us to a damn Jasmine Crockett. Unlike her, we offer solutions. I offer solutions. I said, that's right, Michi, go ahead. We was having fun. This just, you know, because you had folks who were just thinking we're supposed to support black people in office because they're black, but you cannot name one thing that make you say, I know what she did. Girl, she made sure black little boys and little girls got free backpacks. The inside was a gift card of $200 a piece. Every black child and some brown kids got $200 a piece in that new backpack to go buy them some clothes over in Old Navy's or somewhere. Yeah, we could say that because that's what happened, right? We could say that. All she did was run her mouth. And that's another problem I have with black people. It's when you let people run their mouth so damn loud. They're loud. They're screaming. They're yelling to get their point across of their lies. And you believe it because they're loud. You haven't listened to a word that say you pick and choose whatever word they're supposed to say. Something that triggers you, a certain word trigger you, and automatically what they say is gold. Oh, it must have happened because she said it. And you can't determine. You sure he said that? Bring me proof. I got an email. Someone sent me an email that said Charlie Kirk was attacking black people. He was being real racist. And they sent me this video. But it was a title of what it says. But when you listen to Charlie Kirk, I was waiting for the racist part. I said, you got to come up with something that he did that was racist. Or what he said that was racist. Did he say kill all black people? Did he say black people should starve? He said, we're not enslaved now. We can shut down this government by not depending on them anymore. Why? Because the government always screwing you. But you taking away welfare and food stamps, government type of thought. Instead of you saying they is playing us. First of all, you ain't giving us enough to survive on. You're giving us this government aid because you don't want us making money so we can own a home. I can pass this on to my people. See, your job is to keep us down. You know, Charlie, you're right about this. You know what? I never liked the government. They've been feeding us. Y'all taxpaying dollars just supposed to be quiet. Okay. But how are we going to do? But Charlie, come on. This go back and forth. How are we supposed to combat the system that's keeping us in the government system? What we going to do, Charlie? Since you know what we going to do. See, you back Charlie into a corner. See what Charlie gonna come up with. He may have something. He may say, you know what? Here's my card. You. He'd be like, shit, I just asked Charlie Kirk what's the solution. You know, he done sat there. He said, seemed like he know what we was going through and we didn't have to be under the system no more. Showing up, I got a job as an intern. I may want to do something with that. But you know, who we would never know, right? He gone. And when they showed what really happened, not one time had he attacked anybody black. He ain't put nobody black down. He talked about, because there was some questions that's been asked. Let me tell y'all how this works, okay? Because I went to college for a long time. Let me tell you how it works. So if we're gonna have a debate and we want somebody famous to come and debate us, say like who's my favorite debater? That was cool. I liked him. Gosh, what is his name? He was once our teacher. He was American Indian. And gosh, what is his name? He was a professor too. And he left, and then we asked him to come. He came back to the college he came to the one college I was in. And oh gosh, I forgot his name. His name could have come up when I bet you when I go to sleep, his name won't come up. But we wanted him to come and debate. So before you do the debate, number one, we go to student bodies. We ask student bodies to come together. We all come together, and we said we want to have a debate session, and they got to do all this work and reach out and see Moya. That's his name, Professor Moya. So say like we request for Moya to come and debate because he's a very good debater. We want him to debate some white folks, some Caucasian folks. Let me correct that. Caucasians, right? Because white could be Chinese, white Hispanic, or white Mexican, white. I'm talking about Caucasians. Okay? So we write after we get the list of who, after we get the time and a date that Moya will come to this particular college, because he's well known at every college that he's like the best debater of the country, of the system. Is come on. He's gonna come to this college, right? So everybody like, Moya's gonna come. Moya's gonna come on this day. Okay. So now we gotta give Moya questions that he's gonna be answering. So we gotta come up with so many questions, right? Student body's gonna say, well, it's an hour, so you have like 30 seconds to ask a question. He has 2 minutes to respond. So we have to do this he's going to be here for 2 hours. Okay. So we're going to make it a 2-hour event. And so each question is put on there. So the first question I may say is, do you think Black Americans also American Indians? And if they are, what are the tribe that deals with the Black American Indians? And that'll be my 30-second question right there. Moya should be the one answering the questions, and he's going to say da 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 da, and then the ones who have their questions, because we have to be there first. Every student, we have this meeting that student body has us to come to the meeting before the debate, because you got to know who comes first, who comes second, who comes third, who comes fourth to ask these questions. The questions are already pre-made because he's going to get the paper. I'm going to ask a question. She's going to ask a question. That gentleman's going to ask a question. Another guy's going to ask a question, and so forth until the last person, the last question. That's why when you saw Charlie Kirk, if those who were watching saw Charlie Kirk say, I have one more question to answer, because he already had that last question, but the last student that come up and asked the question. Simple as that. At that college where Charlie Kirk was going, there was concerns about people in the T class attacking and murdering biological girls, allegedly, and children, allegedly. And by the time that end, this is what else I saw. I saw someone who's supposed to be supposedly a college security. He was practicing before this event happened with Charlie. He was practicing he kept doing that because he was practicing it. The other guy, after it happened, he got to do like this. Yes. They looking for him. He was on it too. He was in on it too. There's a girl, I believe her name is Angela. She wrote the book 2 days before the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and it says the assassination of Charlie Kirk at the college. So she was prepared for that. But she put he was shot in the head before, and this came out before Charlie Kirk even came to the debate. But when he got shot in the neck, they took it down and redid it and said neck. They looking for her too. See, it's one way to say, okay, they said something, he said something. I don't like my people to just be up and just, oh, he was racist. Well, no, let's see now. How was he racist? Did he racist because he went against some skinheads? Y'all want me to show what he said to the skinheads? Offsprings? See, that's what made me follow him. Why I didn't follow him? It's just every time he pops up, I get the one where he goes off on some skinheads. And again, the freedom of speech was they get to ask these questions, even if it's supposed to be offensive. He didn't tell a black woman who was a single mother, who had her baby at 17. She 18, she had a baby at 17, but the baby was almost 2 years old. Black woman, black young lady with a baby. He said that baby's beautiful. And told her so much is going to happen because she's this and that. And I didn't see nothing racist about that. I didn't understand why our people didn't do no research. We just took what somebody else said. Because, I had to tell Ty and TKO, that's not fair. He wasn't talking about black women. He wasn't talking about all black women. But, we sound like what Malcolm X say. When the master say, the white black person say, what's the matter, boss? We sick? And that's what happened. Jasmine Crockett said something about Charlie Kirk, and she kept attacking Charlie Kirk. She kept on going at it. She kept saying things. Nobody said nothing. Nobody said nothing. As soon as he said she's incompetent to run for office, all of a sudden he's talking about all black women. He didn't say black women. He said these women. So, Stephanie Jellyfish Smith, back to you, because I was going all on this way, but I knew eventually I was going to come back here. Stephanie Smith was backpedaling, apologizing. That's why you need a real woman to check her, because men don't do it. They can't do a good job. They can't do a good job. It's not really their place to check women, to be honest with you. Like, women's supposed to check women on the wrong, not on some man's penile function. We don't care about none of that stuff. That's irrelevant. Like, that's manly for a woman to check another woman over a dude when he got under his pants. We ain't talking about that low tier, low vibrational crap. We're talking about someone who's been very disrespectful and embarrassing to the community that you can't even claim this person as being one of us. She's all skin folk, ain't kinfolk people. I don't align myself with a Jasmine Crockett. I don't align myself with a Breonna Taylor, whatever that woman name is. What's her name? Brenda Taylor. Not the Breonna Taylor that lost her life by them racist ass cops. I'm glad they locked up too. They let the brother out. They had to lock them cops up. They needed to. Did Schumer have something to do with that? Bill did that? Wanting black folks out. See, black people, y'all forget when y'all forget how grimy these Democrats are when it comes to black people. But let it be some Republicans, some of y'all cowardly. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you. You should just say what you gotta say and say it's wrong for them to do what they do. But Stephen A. Smith blaming everything on Donald Trump all of a sudden. And that's like, Stephen A. Smith, you starting to quack again. I never rooted for you because to me, you was fake. He was always fake. I ain't never liked him since he sat there and swore that the Niners was going to get what's handed to him by the Atlanta Falcons. No, by the Patriots when Kaepernick was playing. And Kaepernick and the whole defensive line and the whole offensive line made the Patriots suffer at home in New England in the snow. And I never liked you because you never gave Kaepernick his prop, Stephen A. Smith. But that was years ago. You've been always like that. You're a flip-flopper. You've been a flip-flopper for a long time, Stephen A. Smith. Don't align us with people like Jasmine Crockett. I don't get down like that. I'm a little bit more ladylike than her. Very ladylike than her. I know when to be quiet when men talking. If he's not trying to disrespect me and act like a little old witch, then yeah, I know how to be quiet. If he's talking to me with all due respect, I'm going to be quiet. If he said, come on, sis, come on, you all talk to me. I'm ADHD. I'm sorry. I got that. That's that ADHD coming out and I have to kind of slow that down. I get that, brother. Let me shut up. Because I respect my brothers like that. But it's not one time have I compared my brother Mew Mew and them. I didn't compare them to no damn Obama. He's nothing like an Obama. I'd rather Moo Moo run for president. Obama is desperate for us to be enslaved. They're about to lose some money if we say no to Prop 50. They're going to lose all credibility if we say no to Prop 50. He's so damn desperate. Your ass supposed to be retired. You so afraid that Prop 50 finna win with the no vote that your whole hair done turned white. Barack, your time is up. You should go. You could go back to Indonesia now. Candace Owens already let us know where you was born and raised at. You wasn't raised around us. Why you knew how to talk that talk. You very smart. You knew how to talk that talk, but you wasn't about us at all. Now I understand that your mama not black, so I understand that. You know what I'm saying? We knew Kamala wasn't a black woman. Both her parents is from India. So and Donald Harris Sr., Taz already put the parents. That was Kamala Harris' grandparents. That Donald Harris's father. That was a white man, Canadian, Irish, and then who sat there and put the fire out on that? Candace Owens. She said she talked to the people who grew up as a child when Donald Harris was a young man and his father was a empire. And what's the name of that woman name? Gosh. Whoa, I forgot the name of that woman. But that was Kamala Harris's Irish grandmother. Yeah, that was the Irish great grandmother. Take that back, because her grandfather was the Irish Canadian, and his wife was a Hindi Indian, and that's where Donald Harris Jr. got his color from. His mama, his mother is Hindu. She spoke Hindi. She speak English. Spoke Hindi. And you saw Kamala Harris's, and this is how come Jason Black was saying Kamala didn't want to mention her father. We understand that now. There was a video that surfaced that, when you listen to Donald Harris speak, we're not talking about this pre-recorded, talking like Martin Luther King voice of a fake Donald Harris. We're talking about the real I first get the Formula 3 and I put it together. We talking about that person, that real Donald Harris. You know, that Kamala Harris's father, that one. You know, he's spoken to what's the name of that judge? Judge Joe Brown. That was on tape. You know, one thing I can't say about Jason Black with the Black Authority, he will get them receipts. He'll let you hear that whole thing. Because he was on Kamala Harris's ass 7 years ago. You know, before she, when she was on her way to she just inserted herself as becoming the vice president. Nobody voted for her, not even Black people. But it was a good idea to vote for her for the president if she says she's Black. I had to tell Black folks, you know, when she locked up Black men, it wasn't because of drug possessions. She only locked up 2 Negroes over weed possessions and let them out the next day so it could be on record she arrested them. But judges told Kamala she was not allowed to arrest all these Black men. These were not drug offenders. These were not sex offenders. These was not weapon. They didn't hold illegal weapons. They didn't have any drug possessions. None of these things. None of these things. They were working class Black men. The kind where I try to tell that brother, you can't tell somebody go look for another job. That ain't how it works. No one just gets up and hire you. But he don't know that he's a millennial. And millennials and Gen Zs don't really get reality. They don't. It's unfortunate. You can't tell someone older than you like it's that damn simple. You've done it before. Because that sister who's older than me and you put together in her 70s says she was a nurse training and she had to train people who don't speak English. She had to train them to be her boss. That's the way the game goes. That's how they do it. What you could have did was say, I'm sorry about that, auntie. Man, you should have just got your own practice. I would have respected that. Like, yeah, this is what we be messing up at. We could get our own practice. We can do it. But we too busy putting the Black woman down because she's a Black woman. It's a habit, especially with these Republican supporters. Y'all quick to put down Black women like they all a problem. Some of them are conservative women. Some of these women are reaching out and we're telling you what the hell's happening to us, and you still ain't supporting us. You still ain't saying, you know what? I don't like what the sister's been going through. Reach out to me. We're going to have to talk about this. Instead it's, go do something else. What kind of crap is that? I don't respect you for that. I don't respect you for that. Because you just waved her off. Black men going through it too. What you going to say? You going to cry and say, that's messed up, it's racism when it comes to Black men? I haven't heard a Black brother, well, I did hear two of them say that. I heard a couple of Black brothers go off on Black men, but it's because he wanted his welfare check. He said that we work for him. He said that we work for him, and his job is to get paid, not to go out and go work and punch some clock. His kids got to be fed. So we got a lot of problems we got to deal with, and I don't deal with a whole bunch of this back and forth because I've already paid attention to a lot of stuff. Like again, I go to the Barry Cunningham channel because I could be doing my work. I could be doing my work, my arts and craft, my paintings, my knitting, while I'm listening to Barry, because for some reason I could get my work done. I cannot listen to low tier Black this, Black that, white this, white that. I can't do it. I can't do it because you're forgetting On first term, we had a chance to kick ass, and some skinheads hated Trump for that. They wanted Trump to hang. They said he was a disgrace to this country and he should hang. And you got your white boys for Harris. I don't know what side y'all on, but y'all better learn how to pick your own side. Stop worrying about the politics part. Let Trump do Trump already know what he want to do. And he don't want to destroy black people. Stop it. He don't want to hurt black people. He don't want to target black people. Old women in the church. He don't want to put people black enslaved. You can leave the damn country. I tell everybody, black and white, especially conservative liberals, you got a problem with Trump running this country, trying to clean up crime and all that stuff. He going after people we ain't got no business being a part of. We out of it. You can leave the country. You'll see how much of a freed woman you are. Freed man. And see how free you going to be in the other country. It's more resources for us and less for you after you leave. Anti-Americans, go. I'm not putting no illegals in front of me and my son. Y'all forced them on us and made us accept that and represent that. And if we don't represent that, then something wrong with us and it's xenophobic and all this stupid stuff. I don't care what your name calling is. Stop taking from me and mine. Just because you love them and you get to pay them lower wages. Oh, did I say something? You don't want to pay black people some real wages that they deserve. That's why I don't work for none of your companies. And I think some of y'all companies should go bankrupt. I think every one of these companies that was mistreating black people in their jobs, making us train people from another country to take our jobs or to run us, be the boss so they can fire us on their own, because that's what they was putting them there for. Your company should perish. I can't get fired from a job. You know why? Because I don't work for your companies. But you done us so wrong. That's reparations for that. I don't want no damn slave reparations. That's not what we need to be fighting for. Jason Black, if you hear this, we ain't talking about no 400 years slave reparations. F that. We want 40 acres of the mule is over with. Everybody's state had the Democratic government finding out that black people were thriving in their business. You go all the way back to Black Wall Street. They owe for that. So when y'all talk about 400 years and our ancestors were slaves and picking cotton, you mess up the whole point of you getting what you need, because they laughing at you behind your back in the Senate office, behind Congress. They laughing at you, especially the black ones. They laughing at your ass. That's why we can't get nothing. That's why they ain't moved the budget. They laughing at us because we keep talking about slavery. Now let's talk about Black Wall Street. Now that's the closest thing we're going to get right there. Let's start from Black Wall Street and what happened at Black Wall Street over there. They owe for that shit. They owe. That's still too fresh. They owe that one. San Francisco, California, Oakland, black-owned business way up and down the Bay of the Bay Bridge. Taken from us by the Democratic government. You came for taxes, we take it, we put a lien on your property. You were stealing and robbing from black people. And black folks was dumb enough to still vote Democrat. Black people was dumb enough to still vote Democrat. You got your Christian black folk who's really a liberal with a Bible in their hand on some satanicness, talking about you gotta be loyal to the Democratic Party. You going to hell and I'm not. Goodbye. That's what y'all been doing the whole time. And you've been trying to sweep it under the rug because you in Congress. Breonna Taylor Lee, that's her name. Sheila Jackson Lee. Sheila Jackson Lee. That's her name. There's a Breonna there though, but it ain't Breonna Lee. Breonna Lee Jackson and Sheila Jackson Lee. Ain't that something? They had to go. And then I had another sister. She was on YouTube and she was talking about how Trump is firing people from their jobs. Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. Either we're pissed off because nobody coming to work. We need help. We're not getting our services done. No one's helping us with the phone bill. Nobody's there. No one's always in the office. And we having a hard time. We talking about suing them. Or we ain't paying our bill. Or they cut our bill off. Oh my gosh. Where's my auntie's pension? Why y'all keep playing? Why my SSI check is so low? What happened? Look it over again. Y'all stupid. Who ain't at work? Trump fired their asses for not even coming to work. Oh my gosh, Trump fired them. Trump taking people's jobs from them. How about they wasn't even coming to work? Am I the only one that paid attention to the whole pattern? You can't sit here and complain about criminals in the neighborhood, and then when Trump sends National Guard, because a few black folks say Trump bring the National Guards here, you let your biblical family member tell you that's the New World Order. He's coming after black folks. Would you please go sit down somewhere? If he's coming after Day, Man, and Twan and them, they were starting shit all the time. Y'all never said nothing. He in and out of jail all the goddamn time. At least Antoine, Man, Nene, Twan and them, at least they could say Pookie, Ray, Man, Twan and them, because that's what Griff always said. At least they could tell the National Guards, I surrender. But you know what? I don't want to go to prison. I want to go and join the army. It's either prison or army. I gotta get straight. For a change, man, for a change, I gotta make my family happy of me now. You think I'm gonna listen to some church-going lady with a Bible in her hand, and you got nephews and nieces? Because see, y'all fight hard for them nephews that's wearing tutus. So when I say my son is going to grow up and be a man, because it's important that he does be that man. We're losing our men to stupidity, foul education. Our brothers are being attacked, and babies are being attacked, male children, from autism all the way up to indoctrination. And you got church-going women talking that mess about you better get right with God. I said, how about Trump? God appointed Trump to clean this goddamn planet, just like they told Moses to go rescue the people from Pharaoh. That's like they told Jonah to go to Nineveh and tell him to stop the violence and the worship of the idolatry and all the stuff that they was doing. Now we on Moses time, because Trump is Moses. People getting free and pissed off because they getting free. People about to get free. People about to pay. People, it's gonna be some money open for you, so much so, and them tariffs is finna pay us well. Y'all don't even know what tariff was. Y'all listening to some damn racist ass white folks who are losing their money. These are billionaires who don't even like Trump. These billionaires is over here mad because Trump is slapping tariffs on the very people they were sleeping with. Whoever was in China, they was having a ball with them in China, allegedly. We sat there and caught Zelensky and them in a room with a Republican and 3 Democrats over in Ukraine. I thought they was having a war. They in there allegedly he was putting it up, whatever he was doing, and the camera was on it. He doing all this. What the hell is that? I seen that on one of my sister's channel. We was cracking. I was like, oh my God, they was getting happy up in there. That's what Zelensky was using American funds for. You can't even win wars with Putin, but you can belly dance better than a woman. You using the money. People got mad that J.D. Vance put Zelensky in his place on the first time he came to the White House. I was laughing my ass off. Popcorn. That was a popcorn session right there. That was funny. Because Zelensky came with an arrogant attitude with his hands, arms folded. Y'all supposed to feel sorry for that? You coming in my country. If this is your country, anybody coming out that country to my country, you better come with some respect. That's my president right now. You come for some respect up in this country. Represent this country. We was the laughing stock in this country. Now we finna whoop ass in this country. That's how we supposed to do it. That's how black folks were supposed to do it. Shout out to the B1 MAGAs. Shout out to the Black First MAGAs. They're about to get that look. And everybody want to talk about, well, what about the farmers? Trump taking care of them black farmers. But y'all didn't see that, right? Y'all didn't see them praising Trump black farmers. They're about to bring back the business. I'm about to start supporting my black farmers. All type of farmers. I don't care. I'm going to support farmers. On the weekends, me and my son, we about to go into the farmers, find the black farmers somewhere in Antioch, California. There's some black farmers out there. I'm going to support my black farmers. They was happy. But black people choose to hear what they want to hear. You wrong, you woke, you pick and choose what you want to hear. You dig and reach to see what you can find maybe a little bit bad about Donald Trump, and then you just blow it all out of proportion and make it seem like Trump is doing stuff to black sisters. Trump is doing stuff to this. And it's like you ain't even looking at the fact that this little ass witch sat there and had. Now, I understand that Taz and them got into it with one of the brothers. I didn't know, because I didn't know what he was going all off on. But now I understand what happened, because the whistleblowers happens to be in her family. She was allowing shit to happen as things happen to little kids, allegedly. And it got to Trump. They told Trump. I'm going to say like this. Y'all better start asking Trump for shit. Y'all better start doing it. Put your feelings to the side. Let me see what he on. That officer right there, when she wasn't on duty, she kicked my child in the back of the leg and threatened to arrest me if I retaliated. Didn't know she was a cop. But Trump, here she is. I bet you he'll put her in jail. See what he do. I may be wrong. You go to camera right there, Trump. Look what she did. She's an off-duty officer. Can you do what you did 8 years ago? Putting police officers in prison? He the only one put police officers in prison for touching black people for nothing. Obama didn't do nothing. He allowed 8 or 9 black men and women get killed a day. He 8 years in office allowing black people to get slaughtered. Police officers got away with it. Y'all need to look that up. He was not only the deporter in chief, and he said, when you come to this country, you got to learn English. And he said, if I catch you, you're not from this country, you're getting deported right back on out this country. That's what Obama said, but nobody said nothing. He had ICE. I think he named it ISO. He was using ICE. How come Obama can use ICE, but Trump can't use ICE? I'm just saying the hypocrisy behind the whole thing. That's why I take a break from these channels, because it's all effed up, should I say. I'm not an anti-white person. I'm an anti-bigot. Joe Biden was a bigot. Joe Biden was telling you to your face, just like a white supremacist and the Klansman would tell his slaves, you got to make a decision whether you for me or for Trump, or you ain't black. I was like, I ain't vote for either one of y'all. I don't even know y'all like that. Just to learn Trump was more for us than anybody. And he was against white supremacy like he said he was. Nobody want to talk about how every year Trump donates to the HBCUs. I think HBCUs should give him back his money. Just because you weren't really loyalty to Trump. Just like that brother was calling it out. Joe Biden gives one damn HBCU $20 million. And Cuba was all happy about that and showing proof. Look, well, what about all the years, for 20-something years, Trump been giving all the HBCUs some point something trillion dollars. All the years for 20-something years. You want to ignore that? I don't respect that. I don't respect that. You know, all I can see out of this with the Democrat trying to stop Trump and all that stupid stuff when it's too late, he's the president, right? It's the fact that they're still pissed and hurt that he left the Democratic Party. He was a Democrat until 2013 and left the Democratic Party. That's all. That's all y'all mad at him about. And he wanted to be independent. He didn't want to be no damn Republican. He wanted to be independent. But he says society only recognizes two parties. Look that shit up too. They asked him, why Republican? He said, well, society, I would love to be would have became an independent, but society only recognizes two parties. So I went with the second best thing, and that's Republican. The Republican Party. He's not conservative like that. It's not conservative like that. But these Republicans, y'all sit there and y'all allow shit to happen just so you can say, see. And I don't like that from the Republicans. And I don't like these damn rhinos, because y'all be over here, he trying to make your ass look good. If anything, he making your ass look good. But you want to find ways to be little allegedly funny style behind Trump's back. Like, why are we finding out that Trump almost got assassinated again? Allegedly. Why are we finding that out? Like, that's just so, ugh. Who are you trying to prove? You're not listening to the American people. You're just listening to some paid protesters who was paid. And then they protest until the money run out, and then they have to go home. Just like that No King's March. That shit was funny. That No King's March should have been out the years that Kamala became vice president. She said she was Southeast Asian president of the United States of America. She never said she was an American. That's because her ass is from Canada. But y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all don't want to talk about that. But that's all right. I'm about to get up off of here. You know, I'm starting to get pumped because I get mad with my people not using common sense and logical sense. This ain't really got nothing to do with Donald Trump. It's got something to do with him in office and what's going to benefit us while he's in office. It's like Moses parted the Red Sea, and we could actually finally walk through that motherfucker. We could walk straight through it. And you just got people who just want to stop you from walking and getting yours. That's why I say sometimes you got to go on your own with this and do what you got to do, because you know what's taking place with you. You know what you about to do. And I know who I'm not reaching out to either, because there's no damn way that I'm going to make it. And I'm going to reach out to the very people that will sit there and burn me in the end. I've seen it happen to Michi X way too many times. Michi made it and everything, and she reached out and she tried to help people, and they turned around and they burnt her. I think she done said F pro-black. She done. This is why she's an introvert. Because Michi has been getting treated like fucking. She been getting treated terrible. She been getting disrespected. Because it's jealousy. It's jealousy. And for what? Why she can't help us? Why she can't work with us and tell us what we need to do? And she might as well be a Republican, the right one, the kind that black folks was. You know, the one where Taz had founded that there was 4 black freed slaves who was a Republican. And we found out that there was the populace, which was white folks. And they wanted people to stay enslaved. The populace became the Democratic Party. What the fuck happened to that? Why black folks fight so hard for the white supremacist Democratic Party, and you left the Republican? And and I found out it never changed. It's just what happened was the black folks that was freed, who did all kind of stuff for black folks, who helped us build lands and things. This was black people coming together. Everybody pulled their weight as a Republican. And what's it called? There was the populist and whoever. Well, they got together with the populist. Populist said, oh, we need, I don't know, Trump. Taz showed that documentary. It was one wonderful historical thing he showed where black folks reached out, populists reached out to the black folks for help. They couldn't control something. And black people was like, oh, sure. That's what we made our mistake right there. We could have said, why can't you help your own people? What's wrong with them? What's the matter with them? We have to help our own. We just can't just. Can you imagine if the Republican Party stayed black and it just now had somebody who were conservative, who believe in man, woman, and child? Because why does the Democratic Party always convey us black folks, especially straight black folks, to the LGBT? Why do they keep doing that? Why? I don't understand why. But y'all got to think for yourself on this one. Conservative black men. Let me explain something to you. Because there were some things that bothered me. And I get it. This is freedom of speech, what y'all say, but I'm going to debunk what you say. There was some stuff that you said. This woman said that a lot of men don't have anything to offer but peen and legs. Peen and legs. So it won't sound like I said something else. And you said that's a lie, brother. But it's the truth. Because at my adult years, I started to see a bad pattern of black men. It didn't matter what race the woman was, so please don't get offended. He was like that with any woman. I'm around women who have babies by black men, and she's Tongan, Samoan, Fijian. And that's all he was able to offer her was peen and legs. And guess what? She got a baby out of it. She's a single mother. She's asking for child support. She's asking for help. She's asking for diapers. He's calling her all kinds of bees. I'm doing something right now. I'm busy, blah, blah, blah. And you talking about it's not even a small number. You think it's a small number. It's a small number of men who's looking for a wife. Small number of men who are happy to be with one woman. I don't even care what race it is. It's not even my issue to worry about what race it is. There's very few black men, very, very little black men who are married to black women, and he just loved that woman. His mindset is only on her. It's only about his wife. And he understands, I don't want the stress, so I ain't talking to other bras. If my wife and I get into it, it's my fault because I should have been talking to no other woman. That's a real man right there. I don't want to put myself in situations where it becomes messy in the future. I got children by my wife. I don't want to hurt her and my kids because of some woman with a pretty face. Who cares? I'm not looking at her in her face. I got my wife. She's gorgeous. She got my kids. That's why she's here. That's a very small number, brother. Conservative, brother. Just because you're conservative and you got 4 or 5 people in your family that believes in the same thing I'm describing doesn't make that the majority of black men are that way. They're not. They're not. I've seen too many channels where they're the opposite. The whole opposite. They're like the whole left. And there's a black man right now. He's an atheist and he has a beautiful, gorgeous wife. And he hasn't looked the other way and getting at other women. He's sticking with his wife because it's common sense. It's not the Christian way. I'm not a Christian, but I believe in the Most High, the power of Almighty God. I do. And I'm getting blessed every day because I'm beyond that truth. We're not supposed to be Christians. We're supposed to be apostolic. But everybody want to be what they want to be. It's a free world, it's a free country. That shows how free we really are. We're not being forced to be a certain type of religion either. There's people who are with the Nation of Islam. There's some good ones. There's some slimy, grimy ones. There's some good ones. There's some grimy ones that are at the Nation. There's very few Christians that I respect. And they don't go out of their way trying to force something on you or you going to hell. There's something wrong with that type of people. So, and I want to say this for the record, because, speaking of Bible, and then I'm going to get off of here because I'm my son. I'm going to take my son out and go get him a costume or something. That's what I'm going to do. Because, we do the fun stuff. We don't get too caught up in Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. I'm not celebrating Halloween. That was made by you Christians. Y'all created Halloween. Look it up. It's research it. I would like to ask to see this part of the channel right here and look up Christians creating Halloween. That started in Ireland. And it brought that out here to the United States of America, what, in the 1600s, 1700s? Halloween, I think it's the oldest holiday. I think it's older than Christmas. But Halloween came because you are mocking Eve of All Hallows, Hallows Eve. You are mocking it. You are mocking the people who were celebrating the life of their loved ones who have been gone. And you put on costumes. You guys created nasty, dirty costumes, and you put on demonic stuff and gargoyles and all these other things. And you said you were campaigning for people to not celebrate with the Irish people, the pagan Irish. Look it up too. They're all called the pagan Irish. It's not some shit I made up. That's the real thing. I watched it on the History Channel. I did. I seen it on the History Channel. I watched people from Ireland speak their story and speak how Halloween was formed. Look it up. That's what made me stop talking about all these holidays as pagans. Because see, now we over here disrespecting a race of people. Now, yes, later on, there's two ways of spelling pagan, and there is a dictionary about pagan, like false idolatry and stuff, but that's written by some Christians. That's the way they do it. That's how they do it. Then you got to think for yourself and say, oh, I'm not getting in that. So no, my son wants to be the black goddamn Superman. He's gonna be a black Superman. He was Black Lightning last year. He was Black Lightning last year. The year before that, he was an astronaut. He worked for NASA. And I'm saying I got all out for my son. The year before that, my baby was Ewok. Loved it. So he was a ninja, and and he was Black Batman. He was all that stuff, but he gonna be a black Superman. Y'all, I want to tell you before I go, far as, and this is I'm done with the stuff about politics and stuff. Let me tell you real quick about children's TV shows. So it came to us that Netflix have been canceled by a bunch of people because they were indoctrinating kids with the alphabet mafia stuff on these children, and it was wrong. But let me tell you what you can do, and it's beautiful. I don't see anything wrong with learning other languages. I don't see anything wrong with it at all. Why don't you have the babies watch Bino and Fino? Let me write it down. Beautiful. It's in Yoruba, Kiswahili, I think Swahili, in English. Oh, and Igbo. And let your babies learn that in the house. Have fun. It's very, very wonderful, educational, fun to watch. Kids laugh at it. It's family oriented. It got mama, father, grandpa. And Bino is the boy brother, and Fino is the female sister. And they twins. And it's beautiful. You get to watch that all day. They get to learn how to spell, say words, and everything. It's fun. It's fun. And you can buy the CDs and DVDs. I encourage you to represent Bino and Fino with birthday parties for little kids from ages 2 to 6. Bino and Finos, especially if you got twins, Bino and Finos. Then another one Ubongo Kids is another one. It's a good one. They specialize in math. Your babies will learn at an early age how to add, how to measure, how to do subtraction, fractions. It's beautiful. A little bit of pre-algebra, but it's so fun. They're not going to understand how they know what they know. And it's in Swahili and English. And, you know, you can watch it all the way to the last episode. Don't worry about the talking monkey and the talking elephant and the talking giraffe they call Uncle T. Sometimes Uncle T, he be rapping and stuff, but everything is positive. There's no indoctrination on your babies with Ubongo Kids. I think it's Umbongo. Let me see, Umbongo. Let me see, Umbongo. Oh, here it is. Webisobi 1 all the way to 45, because I know at 45 I stopped watching them. I think at 39 I stopped watching them because they brought in a little white little girl, and now she knows Swahili better than everybody. I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No Akili. I'll tell you why I don't suggest your baby's watching Akili. She's supposed to be this girl that's supposed to be cool and everything, but they made her a girl L class, and I don't appreciate that. And they're representing the rainbow, so it's the rainbow, it's the LGBT thing. So, and I didn't like that at all. That was a heartbreaking to me. So we're not gonna do Akili, Bino and Fino. So you see that Bino and Fino. Culture Tree shows different things of Yoruba, like Yoruba stars. Yoruba stars. I like Yoruba stars. It's about a Black woman. She's a teacher, and she don't speak English. She speaks Yoruba. But you could always have the English translation with that. And what I like about Yoruba stars, kids learn body parts. They learn the days of the week in Yoruba. They learn the alphabetics, because alphabeti or the alphabets. They learn clothes. They learn about the holidays and Yoruba. It's just a trip because they have their own version of their holidays too, right? So I think that's wonderful. Yoruba stars. There is a couple more. They want Soul Kids TV. Soul Kids TV. That's another one. They teach Yoruba and English, and it's all safe. It's not indoctrinating. It's not disrespecting the Black parents behind their backs. It's not putting bad things in the minds of the child. It's all educational. It's all advanced. It's positive. It's a beautiful thing. So Soul Kids TV is another one. That's a good one. Let's see, Black. Let me see. African. Type in YouTube. Type in African nursery rhymes. Oh, it's a lot. It's so beautiful. It's beautiful songs. Your baby will know songs like Olele, Moliba, Makasi. Your babies will learn that. It is the most beautiful type. It's all kind of stuff. Your baby can't go to sleep. Play them. Play that. It's like 2 hours. It's like about an hour and 40 minutes, maybe 2 hours and 40 minutes worth of African nursery rhymes, but they're beautiful. You may not understand a word they say, but you can feel the positive vibes behind it. You can feel the beauty behind that. So African nursery rhymes, it's all kinds. It's like, I'll say about 11 or 12 of them. African nursery rhymes. Those are good ones. That's more. Jelly Simi. Jelly Simi. I think it's Jelly Simi. Oh, I see. I know I spelled it wrong. I know how to spell it now. Jelly Simi. Now, this one here, they do Timmy, oh, Baba. You know how they say, Johnny, yes, Papa. Eating your sugar? No, Papa. Telling me lies? No, Papa. Open your mouth. Ha, ha, ha. Well, they got it in Yoruba. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And they got 3 or 4 songs to go with that. 3, 4, 5 different songs. And they will first, before they do the songs, they will teach you the words in Yoruba. Like whoop, whoop, probably means no. So that's wonderful. And then I got the one with the numbers. Like one we do uncle. Son, do you remember Yoruba numbers? Uncle. Edgy. Edge-off. Uncle, edgy, agile, ass-off. I'm gonna remember. I used to know it, and then they were saying that my son is behind on his English. Like they were saying that he has speech delay. And I told him my son doesn't have speech delay. My son was learning Yoruba first. When he was born, I brought him home from the hospital. The first thing I said was, because I was on my pro whackety whack, quackety quack. I was on that pro quack. And I started as soon as I started, I said, let me find something. The first thing I found was African nursery rhyme for my baby when he was born. And it said Yoruba stuff. I was like, okay, I'll play that. And sure enough, he was listening. His eyes were open. He was hearing. He was listening. And then he would go to sleep. And I would do it every night. I did it every night for him to listen to, Yoruba stuff. And then he ended up learning how to, he know the body parts. He know the hair, the palace, the head. He knows, Inkumba, Ejika, Laro. Oh, it's fun. It's fun. It's so fun. It's so fun. You guys should do that for your kids because we have a chance to do better. We have a chance to do better and we can do better. And for those to get upset with me because I'm saying you can do better, it's not a white person saying this. It's me, your sister. Your sister is saying you can do better. Your little sister, your big sister, your twin sister, you can do better. And I'm there to help you do better. I'm all for it. I'm all for let me know. And please let me know what type of independent contracted job. Say like you do get CalWorks and stuff and they're about to cut that off. Once again, this is not a Chuck Schumer. This is not a Republican thing. This is a Chuck Schumer thing. All right. This is what they want because they're upset. They're like this. If I can't take care of my illegals, I'm shutting down the government. First, it was if Trump became the president, I'm shutting down the government. Then people was questioning him. I saw this live. He says, I decided I'm not going to shut down the government. Then Jasmine Crockett got mad at him and said he was old news. And then the second time, he said that if you sign a big, beautiful bill, I'm shutting down the government. Well, the big, beautiful bill signed, but guess what? Trump read the big, beautiful bill in front of all of us. It was like, well, she signed it. She read it. You could add some more to it. We need something else happening. We saw everything that we asked for. I felt like I was included in this. Me and some brothers and sisters was like, I'm gonna find this channel, y'all. I'm gonna post it on there. I want y'all to support this channel. It's a B1 MAGA channel, and there's a whole group of them. And you don't see them talking. You just hear them talk, and they be cracking me up. I don't know how he does it, because how do people get the phone calls and calling people, But him and that group be cracking me up. They be on there. We was over here talking about how the big, beautiful bill, more of it benefit us more than anything. And people were getting angry, like, how? Did you read the big, beautiful bill? You didn't, right? Like if you own a home and you're in California, Gavin Newsom and the government ain't got no damn business asking you how much you pay monthly on your house note so you could go ahead and charge, so they could charge you taxes on your home. Because if you can't afford those taxes, they're putting a lien on your property. And Trump's saying, hell to the no. And y'all mad at him because he said hell to the no. This your house? I don't get it. And people want to go with this conspiracy theory. Okay, but see, they can only let Trump do so much. Then they gonna get rid of him. They trying to do it now, but guess what? He ain't shaking. He ain't. Look, they just found the barrel shotgun in the tree. For when he gets out and open up and he walks out, that gun goes off. If he step on something, the gun goes off. Whoop, and somebody found it. A whole bunch of the people who's supposed to protect Trump, they found it. It was hidden in a tree right where he would land his plane last week. Like, the devil don't like it when they get in their butts whooped. They can't stand it. There's some soap and water on that nastiness. They can't stand being clean. I'm on that side of the page. That's where I'm at. That's where I stand. All this other stuff, angry people teaching you to be angry. No, won't you see for yourself before you start acting like the rest of these cuckoo birds. I'm far from a cuckoo bird. I know exactly what the hell's going on. If you really want to know, I'm gonna put him in there. Because I like him. I think when you cooking and all the shit, you should watch Barry Cunningham because he cool. I like Barry Cunningham. And I'm gonna tell you something about Barry Cunningham. He the black version of Michi X. He the black, but he older. See, he about 70 years old. This man would tell you how to get a home. Where to get a home at, how to start it. Do you need money? Don't use money for an excuse. If you ain't got if you got a little bit of credit, this, bad credit, don't worry about it. Talk to me. I'm Barry. But he be showing everything. When Donald Trump said he's going to be transparent, that means he's going to be on TV talking to you. He's talking to the people. And everybody you got black folks, come on, you got to pick a side. You can't sit there and say, I don't follow him all like that. And then turn around and make assumptions about him because you don't follow him like that. Maybe you should follow him like that so you can say, oh, nah, he ain't about that. I thought he was, but he ain't. He really ain't about that life. I think he about this life, though. I think we need it. We gotta make this money. I think Trump making it obvious, making it open for us to make money. That's what the tariffs was for. Because China was charging us money. You thought you was getting stuff cheap. You had Chinese people getting on YouTube and TikTok. Someone posted it on their YouTube channel. That's what happened. They posted on a YouTube channel that Chinese guy who called himself angry, somebody filmed it. He spoke in his Mandarin language and said everything was cancerous anyway. Look at that. We ain't even listening to what the hell we getting cancerous shit anyway. So on this buy from America and this buy black. I ain't nothing wrong with buying black, but I'm gonna tell you, my company is not just for black folks. I want everybody's money. And I'm like, that's the capitalism that you need to have. You need to have that mentality. I want everybody's money. I'm making the coolest damn t-shirts and outfits in my business, my company, and I want all the women, and I'm size friendly. So if you are 4X, 5X, I got some for you, beautiful, big and beautiful lady. That's what I'll do. And if you want me to design something, you're supposed to put that in the chat. That's what keeps me going. This is Bae Bomb Lounge. That's my store. I'm working on my store this weekend after my son's football game. We are going to design some fall stuff for my girls, for my ladies. If you want me to design a purse, I'll design a purse. Tell me how you want me to design a purse. If you want me to design certain jackets, I'll design it, and I'm going to drop ship. Guess who taught me how to do that? Michi X. I thank her for being there for me and for everybody. That's why she's going to be the only one I'm going to reach out to in a way. Because she opened up and said, this is what we're going to do. See, that's work. That's putting in work for your community. It's people who ain't done that. I want to be that. I want to give y'all resources so y'all don't have to complain. So when something does happen in the politics, and y'all started, the TV, like I stopped watching regular TV because they lie a lot. They get paid to propagandize the brains of the people and slander Trump. That's all they do. Everything is anti-Donald Trump. CNN and MSNBC, the only one that says, I'm not doing that shit, I don't want to do that, was Fox News, and everybody gave Fox News problems. And all Fox News did was just show the whole truth. They ain't cut and paste shit. They showed the whole thing. They showed everything. They showed whatever that dude name is, whatever that white dude name is. He over here mocking black folks. I didn't like that. He mocking black people. When black people are forced out of something and they get forced and they get thrown in handcuffs, he want to feel like he black. So what he did was he started all that mess, and he walked up, and it was like a zombie. He walked like a zombie. He ain't ran up on nobody, but it was like he was walking up to Pam Bundy, and it's like, wait a minute, she's talking. Why can't you? What's wrong with you? Why you can't stop walking up? You got a mental problem? Just stand there and ask her a question. If it's a question that you think is gonna hurt everybody and they push you out, then I can see that. But no, he was walking up on her, and they turned him around, they grabbed him, and then he pushed the officer. The officer turned him around, then he fell. He did something to the officer. You could tell. He swung at the officer in a way, just hit his arm. And the officer was like, okay, you want to swing? Dude fell on the floor, but they said he was pushed on the goddamn floor. Hi, family. How you doing? They said that the officers roughed him up and pushed him on the floor. I said, Democratic talking points. Here we go. Here we go with this bullshit again. Here we go. Then you got, what's that old woman name with the wig on? She wearing that wig, honey. That wig got to retire before her. Was she 90 years old? Here's this black woman walking up. Let me tell you, there is no victimhood with these folks. They're bullies, though, and they need to be put in their places. Honey, that woman need to be in the old folk home. She working. Let me tell you why Nancy Pelosi and people like this black woman is working. Maxine Waters, thank you. This woman, it was funny as hell, though. This woman walks up to ICE and says, I need to get in that office. And they said, they're having a meeting. She says, I still need to be up in there. She says, ICE says, well, the man that walked out, he says, yeah. So ICE knocked on the door. Guy opens the door. He says, yeah. Move out my way. I need to get up in there. He says, yeah, you're not allowed up in here, ma'am. You know who I am? You know who I am? Just like that, he says, it doesn't matter who you are. I know who you are, and you can't get in. So he closed the door in her face, and she's like, and she looked at ICE like, you see what the hell they did? But she didn't want to say nothing because she didn't like ICE, right? So I was like, that shit was funny. She got to go sit down somewhere. You've already stolen the people's money too. All right? Nasty Pelosi. Nasty Pelosi. She's not Nancy to me. She's nasty. That's one nasty ass, racist ass, white supremacist woman. This woman had the nerves. This woman had the nerves to start the Insurrection 6 and say, I want to put it on Trump. I definitely want to try to see this. I can't. Let me do one more thing, then I'm going to get up out of here. She in the limo, her and Liz Cheney, telling cops and officers how she want this riot to start. Because we need to stop Trump from running for president again. We need to stop his second term. And I gotta find NBC and MSNBC where let me see. I want to YouTube this one. NBC and MSNBC. The part where I just lost my train of thoughts with this one because I'm gonna look up Nancy Pelosi in a let me see. Yes. MSNBC. Let me see. Nancy Pelosi. I did wrong. You know what? Planning January 6th insurrection. See, we still waiting for her. We still waiting. Is she gonna go to jail? They said she took responsibility. Let me share this for y'all. They said she took responsibility of the January 6th. That's why you gotta stop thinking everything Trump is doing, he's bad. They just elect bad people. They were. And Trump said, we're not doing this no more. Okay. And wait for your money to come. Y'all get y'all money. Go make as much money as you can. Tell the government, hell no. IRS ain't been paying their damn taxes. They're in trouble. See, that's why they don't like Trump, because Trump is messing up. He messing up billionaires. What the hell you mean? He trying to take from the billionaire and give it to the people like us. And y'all over here talking about Trump is bad. Let me see. Shoot. If he bad for us, because honey, I'm happy that let me see. 1 year ago. Let me see. I got to let you see this. Let me see if this is it. This is a short one. I want the one where he was in there talking that mess. Yeah. He was talking mess, y'all. Let me show y'all. She was talking mess. Hold on 1 second. I don't want to hold on. Let me.
They put out a piece of paper saying, go through the tunnel, don't go outside. They say they got stuff, but they can't tell us what it is. It's too prepared. They want the other side to know. We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. There's a video surfacing where she's cussing out the officers, and she says, "I don't want you to do it this way. I needed you to. What the hell is wrong with you guys? I need you here before January 6th. We have to plan this. I need as many officers as possible." That was her. We have to make sure we stop Trump for re-election. That was her. That was this witch right here. And I gotta find it because I had sent it on my email. I definitely, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna come back. I want to make it about her and her only. I would love to talk about how people are not showing those videos, but I got the copy. It's in my email. I sent it because I had a bigot ass Democratic conservative teacher who was a Democrat who was trying to make Kamala Harris black. I just told you she's not black. She told us back in 97, 98, 99, she's not black. And black folks at the time was confused, and we were saying, oh, she's self-hated. She's a self-hater. And I thought she was a self-hater until I found out, who her daddy really was. I knew her mama wasn't black, but her daddy definitely ain't fucking black. And they showed some pictures, right? And Candace Owens, call it what you want with Candace Owens. She flipping, flapping, cuckoo burring and all that stuff too. But baby, when I say she showed the truth, let me tell you, Kamala Harris's hair has never been nappy. Ever. How her hair nappy, but her sister hair straight. You know what cracks? And they got the same daddies and mamas, right? They got the same daddies and mamas. But it was what they call that a print shop. It was Photoshop. So it can fool the people. And that's what I'm saying. And Candace Owens exposed all of it. Number one, she's not from Oakland. They moved to Oakland. She's from Canada. This is why you have to be careful, because everybody who's anti-American and pro-immigrant, pro-illegal immigrant, they're not pro-immigrant. Okay? They're not pro-immigrant. They're not for people. If we came to this country legally with papers and we came to work and live a better life out here and bring the family out here because we just think it's we want our kids to learn English here because that's what we want, and coming to America will work, we're going to get treated like crap by the government because we came here legally and we came to work, not like the rest of the folks. We come to join my American fellow friends, and thank you for welcoming me. I came here with barely nothing because I paid for most of my tickets to get me and my family out here, and we're going to work, and they're going to get treated like crap. They're going to get taxed hella high. I learned about those documented immigrants, and they want the undocumented immigrants out of here. You don't get to bring them here. They are my color, not my kind either. Mexicans are color, not my color, but not my kind either. My race, but not my kind. They want them out too. And we don't listen to them. I'm going to say it again. Nobody listens to the people who came here. You just literally put all of them in one lump sum. And they're smarter than we are, because as Black people, we want to fight for the undocumented immigrants who don't want our goddamn help. Just like we don't need them taking over shit that belongs to us. And the immigrants who came here the right way, they don't want to take nothing from us. They didn't come here for handouts. They came to work. And you got these demonic ass Democratic Party, Democrats, who are out here putting them all in one lump sum. But so I'm going to tell you what this Mexican brother did that was smart. Venezuelans is doing the same thing. Hey, African brother who was in college did the same thing. They had their papers on them like it's a driver's license. So if they see ICE, they're not going to run because they're here like they're supposed to be. With no problem. Not a problem. They don't even think it's a problem. They don't want to be confused with them. They show them their paperwork. Soon as I say, you got paperwork, are you from here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you. They run it. It comes back. Beep, beep, green. Thank you very much. Oh, no problem. No problem. And they would tell you they don't have a problem with that. They would tell you they don't have a problem with that. You got Black folks that want everybody to feel like a goddamn victim. And Michi told us to stay in the fucking house. Michi said, stay in the house. Stay in the house. This is not our fight. But we want to sit here but these Democrats, they were smart. I mean, they was dumb, but they were smart. They put all the undocumented immigrants, and I'm talking about people who are committing crimes, and you're confusing working class people with the ones who was gaming the system. You're confusing the legal immigrants with the ones that's stealing and scheming from the system. Now, if you came here with papers and you committed a crime, your ass need to go to. Jorge, you got yourself a Black girlfriend. You've been here. You came here on the plane with your grandfather, your father, your mother, and them. And you're about the only one that did the most dumbest thing ever. Beat up your girlfriend. And you only been here 7 years. I stayed in the house in his first term too because I didn't know what was coming and I didn't trust him. And this is how come most of my folks that I was rolling with was watching Trump like a hawk just to realize, oh shit, maybe he ain't for the white folks. Maybe he ain't. He anti-white supremacist because he doing shit for us. He locking police officers up. He telling people to buy black. What? Karen, you lost your job? For insinuating racial violence towards little kids. What? Karen Knightis, you lost your job? So people were losing motherfucking jobs on his first term that was white, targeting Black people. And we had a ball laughing at their asses and their white tears because their apologies mean absolutely nothing to us. You can apologize and all you want. Like I said on my earlier thing, I said that they had excuses of why they had excuses of why they were targeting black people or trying to kill somebody black or trying to hurt black folks because they were privileged and they were white. And Trump said, that's un-American. You lose your job. He was calling that shit out. And another thing I didn't like how after all Trump has done for the time that he's included us as American citizens, we bypassed all that and just got mad because he whited in office. But we willing to bring in another white person in office. We bring in an anti-black, anti-American. Everybody want to vote for an anti-American in office. This witch only been at HBCU for one semester. She went back to Canada. You know how I know? Documentaries. She went where she known for. She don't like black people like that. But she learned how to be black. If anybody think Cardi B is black, there's a problem with that. Only somebody that's non-black will go out of their way to try to appease black people. A real black woman would never bring a goddamn sexy red to a damn rally. She ain't got time for that. She know what the hell's been going on with her people. But this one want to bring in sexy red, Beyonce, and black man, you now. No, honey. This was the fakest woman on the planet. She had on them damn earrings that had the microphone that's going to help her answer some questions that she couldn't answer. And MSNBC and CNN News, I knew something was wrong with that picture. They was like, oh, she did a good interview. She flopped. She can't even answer a damn simple question. What do you mean? She can answer a simple question. Because she ain't about that life. She just want to live the high life. She wasn't going to help us in this country. But nobody black cared because she didn't have an option for us. She didn't have an idea. She didn't have nothing for us. You know, that's how Trump won. Everybody know that damn election wasn't rigged. People got sick. So much so that California almost turned purple. That's how bad it was. You think we're going to go backwards? I'm not. I voted no on Prop 50 because I'm sick of them having power and authority over us. You don't get to tell me where I need to be or what district I need to be. You don't get to tell me what I got to deal with. You don't get to tell me the business that I run. Like I said, the proposition, yes, on 50 passes, I'm not running my company here. I'm not starting my company here. My company going somewhere else. Again, I got me a nice little cool little white friend. He ain't little. That's a man. He works with entrepreneurs and starters of startup companies. He can help me get funding. And for free, he would help my business grow in another state, and I can just bring my business here in California. Because I don't want IRS nor California governor and government taking my money so they can do whatever the hell they want with our money. And you got dumbass black folks talking about it ain't happening. I voted yes. My family voted yes. Well, you the dumbest funk ass people in the world. Y'all don't even read. You're dumb. That's the most dumbest thing you can ever do in California is vote yes on 50. Don't you want to be free for a motherfucking change? Don't you want to be free? I don't think they want to be free, fam. They want to still be enslaved. Everybody want, and they live in Trump's brain. Trump mouth is innate. Trump is just innate. It's rent free. They live in rent free off of Trump's name. It's like if you really look at Barry Cunningham, you look at API, you look at some real folks. I'm telling you right now, they gonna show some real shit. And the stuff that Trump said. What about him going out? Oh, they hate Trump so much. They're gonna stop the war. between Iran and you know, and then they got mad and said, well, Trump started war. He done blew up the he done bombed up Iran. No, he just bombed up their nuclear weapons that was aiming for us in Canada and the UK. Nobody got hurt. No women and children got hurt. And let me tell you what the Iran citizens said. They put his picture up there thanking him. They were celebrating. They was praising Allah to Trump. Allah to Trump. We saw all that shit on live stream. Him almost getting killed last week or getting shot at last week, allegedly with that double-barrel shotgun in that tree. You got people in the UK and India praying for his protection. You got monks came out of their monkhood and start praying for Trump's protection. You got, hey, it's a trip. It just makes Christian people look very freaking bad right now. You got spiritual beings who pray to the Most High coming out there with Trump's picture praying for his protection. Are they racist against Black people too? I mean, come on with the quackness. I can't do no more quacks. I can't. I want to give thanks to Taz for teaching a lot of us. There's a time to know when some shit is towards Black people, and there's some shit to just shut up. You ain't the only one they doing that to. In this case, it is shut up. The government ain't the only one they doing that to. The government hates America, not Black people. American-born citizens. American-born citizens. That's who the Democratic Party and the government hate. The government played people on aid. They played us. They didn't play me. But I was getting aid for my son. He's disabled. But they played people. I'm already set. God already taking care of me. I'm just saying to my people, stop getting involved with that stupidity. Go to the food banks. I know some of the foods is crappy. Or go to somebody before November 1st. Write a letter to Costco. Instead of you talking about, I'm about to go rob Walmart and stuff, why don't you get on TikTok and ask? I'm asking TikTok. I'm asking Target. I'm asking Walmart. I'm asking Costco if employees can donate $50 worth of groceries for the communities. We can help this administration by feeding my people in the community. We can. I'm going to put out $50. I mean, I don't work at Target, but I'm going to spend $50 and I'm going to buy some food at Target for whoever needs some food. I don't need my people putting themselves in situations where they're going to get arrested. And their kids get taken away. All because they think Trump has something to do with the government shutdown. He didn't. If y'all was following Trump, like I've been following Trump, you're going to know. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries and them was in on that shit. They was in on it. Chuck Schumer been threatening to shut down the government for a long time. This is before Trump. The House and the Senate have Democratic parties in those seats too. And they're there until 2026. And There was a brother who's going to run for California. I don't know where he is now, but I want him there. He's a Republican. He's a Black Republican. And I'm going to tell you my prediction early. Come 2028, I want J.D. Vance as the president. He's going to continue to help us win. We're going to win. I don't do the pro-quackity quack. They're going to get us, and the masks are going to get us. If you're anti-American, you're going to find out real quick you're not enslaved. Get your passport and leave. Go get your passport and leave. Leave the country and don't come back. Do what Rosie ugly ass O'Donnell does. You know, she lies a lot too. You know, I think she wants to have a man in her life and she don't know how to do it. She's so damn ugly, it's too late. But she wants to target Trump so much. The way she talks about him, it just sounds like she needs a man in her life. Being a lesbian just didn't work out for her. I mean, we can see what a Democrat is doing, and she thinks, oh, this is all because of Trump. That lady died because of Trump. Because of Trump. Oh, goodness. The government shutdown was because of Trump. And it's like, girl, could you please leave that? That man's married. He's married. The hell? They back attacking Elon Musk again because Elon was at the Charlie Kirk funeral and he says, you know, he for talking. He ain't said nothing to attack Black people at all. He said Jasmine Crockett, because Michelle Obama was on some. Listen, I don't align myself with these people. Yeah, she moved to Ireland. And for what? Okay, go move to Ireland and stay there. Some type of beauty queen high school. Ain't that something? She moved to Ireland, though. I feel bad for Ireland again. First, I felt bad for Ireland because what the Christians did. You know, Christians invented the Halloween. So anytime my son dresses up for Halloween, we only dressing for celebration of the families going out and having fun. We're not trick-or-treating. I'm not doing a Halloween tradition thing. But if they have that street fair thing again over in Blossom Hill, we going. That was fun. That was fire. I ain't never seen so many fun friends out there. But yeah, Christians invented that. And they had the nerves to pass you a Bible on Halloween. How dare you pass me a Bible on Halloween? Go back and repent your sins for your people because they the one that invented it. Oh, it's so much. I be knowing so much stuff. And I don't look for these things. I just go there. Or it just happened to pop up on my laptop, on my YouTube. And I'm like, I'm cooking. I'm like, huh? For real? Huh? What? Wow. And I'll be finding out all kind of stuff. I'm like, oh, this is what I love about these history channels because I want to hear real people talk. Real people talk. But yeah, good luck. And what's her name? Her little dyke ass went over to the UK, and I think she can't come back. And I'll tell you why she left. The reason why Ellen DeGeneres left, she was in on that shit with Epstein. I don't give a hell what nobody say. Allegedly. It was mentioned. Allegedly, she left. She left. Her ex was gonna tell, and all of a sudden she found out she was sleeping for the rest of her life. Sleeping with the pillows. And somebody said Ellen may have something to do with that. And you know, when Trump come in, they was asking Donald Trump, are you here for revenge? Revenge for what? If you're not guilty of anything and he's guilty of everything, what the hell is a revenge for? Oh, because you lied. You lied on the president. All 32 damn people. 34 damn convictions. Letitia James committed 2. two types of crimes. And first it was Trump did it. We're going after Trump. Trump was guilty of this, and everything she described Trump did, it was her the whole time. She did it. Now that it's been found with her signatures and that she did it, and she got her father in one of them homes as her husband, allegedly. Now all of a sudden she didn't know she committed a crime. Now she didn't know I'm innocent. How you didn't know you was innocent, cuckoo bird? How you didn't know that you committed those crimes with them two homes and housing fraud and stuff? Everything you said Trump did, and you named everything from peace. You named everything from peace about everything. And when they found out all that was you, all of a sudden you got your attorneys and stuff. Oh, she didn't know. She didn't know that was a crime. What kind of sick game is this? Then they went, what about Trump? He was sitting next to Obama smiling. And said, okay, conspiracy theories. I could smile at my motherfucking enemy today and know I ain't finna move a certain way. Because see, black folks, they want people, you used to reactions. Black people are used to reactions. You got to act out on everything. Sometimes sit your ass down. Have a seat at the table. Remember, God prepared a table for my enemy. Trump knew Barack Obama had something in for him. He couldn't prove it yet. But sitting next to Barack Obama and smiling at that funeral and laughing and having a conversation, Trump like, yeah, I'm gonna get your ass, yeah. And nobody realized, nobody tripped on that. Nobody tripped on. Trump has something about Trump that says to me, I'm gonna smile at your face. But when I find out you did some shit to me, like he told Epstein, if I find out you was messing with them little girls, I'm gonna have your ass put away. You will never be around me ever again. I will never talk to you ever again. Don't ever talk to me again. And a victim reached out to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump wasn't even the president yet. He was going to run for president. And everybody was saying, well, he don't have experience. You see, he's not a Democrat no more. So now I'm saying he's a traitor. He don't have experience. He's not a politician. He's an actor. He's a businessman. And as soon as Trump had Epstein put away, now I ain't never seen that many damn Negroes get up. Diddy and them called him a turncoat. They called him a traitor. That Howard Stern said he was Trump is a slime ball. He's a slime bag. Something he said, and then he said that he was jealous of Epstein. I says, I don't know who. He's going to try to run for president. I remember that. And it was back in 2013. I was working at TJ Maxx. And Howard Stern was eyeing my daughter like a damn creep he was. He was making my daughter uncomfortable. But I'm dumbfounded because I'm not into celebrities like that. I seen him before somewhere. I didn't know he was creepy. I learned later on he was creepy. Trump told that. Trump exposed that shit, how creepy Howard Stern is. Howard Stern was on somebody's podcast talking about some little girl look good. I mean, does she really look good? I'm like, dude? Y'all act like it's just black men. There's no fathers in the home. White guys can tell when little girls don't have a father in the home either. White little girls, fathers don't be in the home neither. There's a bunch of white single mothers as well as black single mothers. We're not going to go by some damn statistics. Stats be lying. Stats be lying, just like stats be lying about black women being on welfare at a large portion. And what it is, it's not that they're on welfare by a large portion. It's the fact you won't let black women work. This DEI movement been blocking us from getting jobs because we don't fit their boxes. But we could go get on welfare. They live off that shit. This is where they get off on. They get off on keeping us there. So they can say, well, 13% of Black people, 40% of Black people are on welfare, mainly the women. And it's like, we don't want to be on no damn welfare, though. We've been looking for work, but you're giving it to the illegals. That's why I want Trump to clean up California real bad. I want California to clean up real bad. Like, then we're going to kill the stats because the stats be lying. There is a bunch of white women on welfare. They don't want to work. That's why they marry Black basketball players and football players and shit so they can live off his money. It's so embarrassing to get on welfare. Some white women are embarrassed to get on welfare because they know it's a large number of them. It is. It is. And they're Democrats supporters. A bunch of them. And they are racist as hell. And they get more money than Black women would. That's why Black women are forced to find extra jobs and work side hustles. Because what the fuck is $700 a month? Becky gets $2,700 a month. Maria, that's not working because she has no papers. She gets $5,000 in cachet. She gets $11,000 in SNAP benefits. That's facts. It's facts. I dare anybody to challenge me on it. I will embarrass your Black ass. You take up for them damn undocumented people like you do. And yet, this is why we don't get reparations. You letting them have the shit that's owed to us. And they putting 14th Amendment towards them when it's us. And Donald Trump said the 14th Amendment is for the descendants of slaves. I heard him say it myself with my own mouth. His own mouth. I heard him with my own ears, heard him say it's for descendants of slaves. But Black people, you don't follow Donald Trump like that because he's a white man. I'm all invested in it. Hell, goddamn, yeah, if it involves my people making shit work for my people, and we could get some freedom out of this shit, hell yeah, I'm invested. I'm supposed to be invested in it. I told you I voted like my life depended on it. I voted this time. No, I didn't vote for him on the first time, but I got my ass up. I sure wouldn't let no damn Indian woman run the goddamn country if I can help it. But I can tell you what I did find. I did find some illegal immigrants inside the damn voting booth, not understanding how to vote, and they on the phone when it says a big ass sign says you cannot be on your cell phone has to be off. You can't have your cell phone on. And he on a hola. Okay. Okay. And I'm sitting up here like, oh wow. I voted, but I want to make sure because the stuff that I heard that was happening to Black people, Michi showed a video of, I think it was a video, she talked about it, one or two, of Black people not voting for Kamala Harris. They got a ticket saying they voted for Kamala Harris. And they would not leave until they changed their goddamn votes because they said, I didn't vote for her. And they said the machine was broke. Really? See, that's what I'm talking about with this rigged system. And I want to say both sides. The only thing that's two sides of the same goddamn bird to me is Republicans ain't putting the right people in prison. Why Chuck Schumer and them get to do what the fuck they want to do to hurt the American people and the Republicans ain't doing nothing about it? That's the only thing I'm mad about. Why are you not doing what you're supposed to do? I get it. You got the people getting, you got to have special police officers, special police force to put the rest of these crooks in prison. Put them in an alligator. Nasty Pelosi got to go. Nasty Pelosi got to go. The lizard from Chicago, that lizard man, he got to go. He's stolen from Black people. He's stolen from the community. And he gave to the undocumented and say he was continuing to do so. Gavin Newsom, crackheaded ass. Yeah, I call him a crackhead. All that damn money that was supposed to go to the homeless and to the people on the fires, and you spent the money on yourself, and you gave a little bit to the boulets, the black boulets. I want to show their pictures. I met them. I didn't like. I ain't never seen that many black folks talking about if we say something, we may be like Trump is saying. It was like a derangement. It was so sickening. It's like we sitting over here, like some of us voted for Trump, some of us didn't. Some people voted for Jill Stein. I was conflicted. I was either Trump or Jill. It was either Trump or Jill Stein. I like Jill Stein. She got sense. She speaks with sense. But the only problem I had with Jill Stein is reparations was going to go everywhere. Reparations was going to go to the South, everybody in the South. But it was going to exit off of the gentrification that happened in the North. Reparations and restitutions should be for Black people in the North that was gentrified. Your parents owned companies, owned homes, owned a lot, owned something, and they were forced. They started taxing our people out of their homes. They started taxing their people out of their businesses, making Black people go work for some dead-end company and go pay rent, keeping our people stuck in the projects when they lived in Victorian homes. We should be getting reparations for all that shit. 400 years is over. Let's talk about 70 years, 62 years, California. Tulsa, 72 years, 80 years. Washington, D.C., certain areas, Chicago, where it was hot and Black folks was wealthy, rich, wealthy. Harlem Nights brings me back into that. Harlem Nights, where they were making money, they gambling and all that stuff, and living in nice apartments, nice homes. And that was taken from us by the government, and we voted for the Democrats to be here. And they said, while I'm here, thank you, Negroes, and while I'm here, I'll take that house. You can't make this much. It's against the law to make this much. I didn't tell you this, but I told people when I made my first salary, when I made about $67,000 a year, my first $67,000 a year, I felt like I committed a crime. That was the first in my life. I've never made that much money in my life. I've always been low income. I made that much money during Trump administration. I made another $64,000 a year during Trump administration. His last year administration, I made $56,000. I get what Joe Biden comes in office with, Kamala Gupta, and homeless. I'm homeless. I was homeless. All my rent money was taken. All the money that I used to pay rent was taken from me. Me and my son was staying from hotel to hotel to hotel. They were nice hotels, but it was in Vegas. And then we took what I had left with the money, and I flew to California. I flew out to California. And I came back to the Bay Area, where I knew there were some resources. So at least I thought there were resources at the time. And I got back to California, and I learned that I couldn't get into shit because I'm not undocumented. They were only helping the documented people. And when they're done helping all the undocumented people, then they get with people like us. And it wasn't just Black people they were doing that to. They were doing that to Chinese Americans. They was doing that to white Americans. Some Hispanic Americans got in. They did. There was a woman who had a credit score of 423. Her credit score was low, low, low. Me and her applied for the same apartments. Me and her was cool too. She's American. She was American, Mexican American. We were just talking. She yelling at her son, I'm yelling at my son. Because they both was getting on our nerves. We stayed in the same shelter. I was in room 12. She was in room 11. And we didn't even know we applied for the same apartments. My credit score was 634. Hers was 423. And they gave her the unit over me. DEI. I was here and I'm hemorrhaging. My body's sick because I had chronic anemia going on and in and out of the hospital. But I didn't know that I almost died. I didn't get into that apartment home shelter. This apartment home shelter I was in was beautiful. In San Mateo County. It was beautiful shelter I was in. As soon as I walked in, they couldn't wait to show me. They wanted me to show the unit. They had 3 units. They showed me the unit. As soon as they opened up that door, I said, oh my gosh, I got a living room. I got a kitchen. I got a bathroom. She says, want to see the room? My son can run up and down the hallway. I see the room. He got a bed. I got a bed. They got new blankets and sheets and stuff in the packet. They got it from IKEA. I got me an IKEA blanket and stuff. And we got Target stuff. Everything was brand new. The table, they already furnished. The table was nice. They had a basket with plates and things up in there. Brand new, came out of IKEA. We didn't have no roach infested, nothing. Everything was brand new. That's how they treated the people in the shelter. And I was dying then. Didn't even know I was going to die. I thought I was going to die. I didn't know. I didn't know what was happening. All I know is I was happy to be somewhere. And me and my son, I said, I'm not going to go and get the rest of my stuff out of the storage yet because I just want to take this all in. And I'm in a borrowed car because I was driving Instacart. I was doing Instacart and stuff and shipped and doing some odd jobs with my son. And then I went to go get my stuff. I said, I had my stuff in the cheapest place. And he was cool too. I went to the storage department over in Fremont, California. And I drove my ass down there. I had some money. And they told me, they said, we don't need you to pay any rent, but you can pay a savings. So when you find an apartment, we can help you move into that apartment. We have matched you moving into the apartment. And I said, this was beautiful. But when I started looking for a place to live, and they said I was qualified for that Section 8 voucher coming from Santa Clara County, the brother was trying to help me out. There was a guy. Now, call him brother because he treated me like I was family, even though we brothers, sisters, and brothers from a different mother. Here's this El Salvadorian American man. He was like, come on, let me help you out. Get this stuff written. We'll get you in. But guess who else helped me out and try to get me the vouchers right away and get me into the apartments right away? It's a white guy. He was the assistant officer of the housing committee. And he wanted to meet me because he saw the last name Jones. He wanted to meet me because he had Jones. He says, so let me tell you how this works. And that's how I found out. He says, fill out these forms. All right, let's try to get you in. Don't date it. I'll date everything. Get you in. He says, because they're giving it to a lot of people who was not really in this country. And I was like, for real? I never understood why I couldn't get a place and why I kept not getting a place and why they kept giving it to somebody else. And there was one guy who lost his job. He was a sensitive man anyway. He didn't like people like us. He didn't like us mothers. All right. He didn't like us. You know what he did? In about 5 minutes, I'm about to leave. So me and my son, we're going to go out to eat. But what he did, he was So it's supposed to be a housing assistant agent for me and the mothers. This the sensitive guy, that one with the broken wrist. And what he did was he told me he'd take my applications and fill them out. He'd have me go to these different appointments. What he did was he slandered my name to each landlord. He slandered my name. While I'm waiting for this voucher to come in for me, he slandered my name. And they didn't want to rent to me because of what he said about me. I would never know what he said, but it was enough for them not to rent to me. So some told me to go to this one place I wanted to go live in because they had a washer and dryer unit and had a beautiful kitchen. And it was straight on the ground. It wasn't upstairs because my legs couldn't walk upstairs. I have chronic anemia, right? So I had chronic anemia at that time, really bad. So she showed me the house downstairs. She says, "You can go upstairs or downstairs." I said, "I'd rather be downstairs." I go downstairs. So she says, you guys, I would love you to be here. When would you like to move in? I said, sometime next week, because I'm sure I work for Instacart. She saw my name and she says, "Oh my gosh, do you know our Marcos?" I said, "Yeah, he's my housing assistant agent." She goes, "It's funny because he didn't say anything nice about you." And right there, I says, "Oh, wow, really?" And already she didn't want to rent to me, even if he was lying. And I had to go and tell my caseworker, Mata, what he did. See, here's my problem. And I'm glad he lost his job. He lost a job. But here's my problem. Gavin Newsom is pro undocumented people here. And the more we keep people here that's not from this country, they're not going to respect us, and neither is these Democrats. They're not going to respect us. The government don't respect us. Government was ready for that shutdown. They don't want to work anyway. They don't want to work anyway. But they get to collect some damn unemployment for now. See, this is the trick of the enemy, and I think it's so wrong. It is very wrong that our people fall for the trick all the damn time. But I think we should say no to Prop 50. They done had enough power. We gotta, if you want better for this country, stop making this about Donald Trump and make it about our chances of making shit happen. We get to make shit happen now without consequences. No excuses. You get to put your kids in a better school now. We got to stop the redistricting because he gets to make things where Black folks can't go to. Only the illegals can be there. And I just want Trump to hurry up and debunk this. Debunk it all. Tear it all down. I want to start a company, but I don't want to do it here in Cali. I'm not selling my people to the slaughterhouse. I'm trying to protect my people from the slaughterhouse. But I'm right-wing though. Right-wing talking points. I don't give a fuck about no damn talking points. I'm telling you facts. It's all about listening and paying attention. Again, Barry Cunningham is a place people. It's a person to go to. He'll help you buy a home and everything. Well, with that being said, it's been 5 hours and 20. I didn't think I was going to be here that long. I didn't even feel like getting up on here. I want to talk about the 49ers and everything, but it's way beyond time. I just felt that I need to get this out of my system because it's been bothering me. I think it's part of my therapy. I am ADHD. I just never been diagnosed of it until much later. And it explains how come my son is ADHD. And I have passion for my people, but not in the way people think. I want better for our folks, but I want us to stop thinking we're going to be victims and they coming for us. like Stephanie Jellyfish is doing. Trump is coming. He's coming for you. He's coming. It's like, would you please go sit your ass down and talk about sports already, Jellyfish? Please. I learned about being mostly on welfare back in the late 80s via Ebony magazine. They always do that. They always do that. I'm going to keep informing my people, but I'm going to inform you a whole nother way. Yeah, it's okay to act radical and get pro-black and all that stuff, because brothers be on that pro-blackity whack. And, Trump trying to do this. And it's like, Trump ain't trying to do a goddamn thing to you. Would you stop making it about you? Go find yourself. And they ain't about that life, brother. Listen. They're not about that life. I'm going to get off here, but they're not about that life. All right. Because if you want to talk about building, we got a chance to build right now. Joe Biden been giving all the undocumented immigrants land and shit. They started building and hurrying up to build so they can get them a home and all that stuff. And it was off our taxpayer dollars. Trump is letting us build with tariffs. And we over here talking about we don't want it because it's coming from Trump. You better get on my damn face. I'm about to go build because of them damn tariffs. I'm about to take advantage of that shit because of tariffs. That's the problem I have. Well, folks, we got to build our own. Well, Trump is in office. Let's make that shit happen. He believed we should build our own. What the hell? But see, you ain't about that life. Just like them dumbass liberals was talking about free. Palestine got free. Now they don't know what else to talk about. Peace in the Middle East. Over so many years. I'm talking about before my grandparents were born. It's been war over there in the Middle East. Trump done made peace with the Middle East. I don't know what Trump said to the people in the Middle East, but whatever Trump said, they were smiling. They're like, oh, hell yeah. So we've been fighting this war all these years from our ancestors, and we can make money doing this and this and that. This is good. Trump, I like your ways. This is good. And they're shaking hands. And no more war. And they're telling their troops, go home. Now what? All of a sudden, you got cuckoo Candace Owens and them going around here talking about, oh my gosh, he made friends with Netanyahu. You ain't gotta be. What the hell wrong with some of y'all folks? He ain't gotta like Netanyahu. He just wants shit to be settled. He's sick of people dying. What part did you didn't understand? That's what he feels. But at the end of the day, he ain't got to kiss no ass. He just want peace everywhere because he believed that's what God told him to do. He believed God told him to go. Y'all need to look this shit up. He ain't never said he was a king, but Hakeem Jeffries called Trump a king. And Trump says, I'm no king. I never said I was a king. I just worked my ass off to get to where I am. He did. He's a builder. A businessman, all this shit. And y'all hate people. I don't care if they black. I don't care if they Chinese. If they built with their own hands and became a billionaire by their damn selves with the help of their family and all this shit, you hate them. You can't stand them, these billionaires. You anti-billionaire. And that's why I think when black people, such as like Nipsey Hussle and black folks who do make it, who always targeting the ones that look like they coming to the top, but the right way. They ain't stealing from black people. They did shit. They trying to give back to the folks, but you find them dead. You find them dead. Because black people don't like when other black people make it. Let's just be fucking real. You don't want to build, but you keep saying we need to build. You don't want to be around black. You keep saying I want my own, but you don't want to be around black folks. You don't like everybody black. You can't even stand black women. Black women not gonna get the man they want, and they're forced to choose. So they don't like black men because of manly ass black women. You got these manly ass pick-me's telling you how to treat a man. And she don't even know that man from fucking Adams. All she know is she may want to sleep with him for a couple of minutes. That's not coming together as a community, as a unity. Our babies. I think the only legit school for all black kids, if you want all black, is Q Butter School. Sad. It's sad. But I know where I'm going when it comes to my baby's education. And I'm going to reach black families one by one by one. And the ones that's rotten apples, I'm throwing their ass to the side. That's all I got to say. I'm not dealing with none of that bull crap. I'm not dealing with stupidity. All I'm going to do is work with the ones that wants to move forward. That's it. That's it. And that's all I want to say. And I thank y'all for coming on this long-winded podcast. I know my brother Moses said he a tribe of long winds. I could be a tribe of long winds too, brother, right along with you. I appreciate Brother Moses. I appreciate everybody who do speak with me. I appreciate you all. Suave B. I appreciate you all. Michi, Tiff, Renee, Reese, Tequila, Queen Cascade, my Java Queen. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. API, Barry, Taz, Jason Black. I appreciate because y'all gave me information. Y'all gave me enough information for me to decide, okay, I get it. I got on the bus, rode with y'all until it was my stop. It was time for me to get off that stop. Now I'm at my destination. I appreciate y'all. Peace.